Just get a thumbs up. Thumbs up if you can hear D-Lo and Casey.
Check 1, check 2.
We in here, baby. Another day. Seth and Jonathan haven't killed us, so that's good stuff. It's good stuff. Okay, we got you in here. Dr. David, we see you. As soon as those commercials stop rolling, just let us know that you hear us, man. Let us know. Let us know. Oh, man. That's too many to count, boy. Too many to count. Too many.
Come on, man. Don't listen to the media.
Sound good? Okay. Looks like we're good. Thanks, Seth.
Dr. David, Will Z, Johnny G, Wizzo Mac,
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike. Lord have mercy. We in here, baby. Go follow D-Lo and KC on Instagram. Man, we posting drip reels twice a week. We're spending 40 minutes putting together a 8-second video. It's a true story. Don't make fun of your kids for being dope at Instagram, man. It's hard. It is not easy. Oh, man. Oh, appreciate y'all being here. Wait a minute. Where the hell is everybody at? The hell is going on in here?
Hey,
y'all need to get what's going on? We showing up late to class? What's going on, man? I don't think Sean P in here, man, but happy birthday to Sean P.
Happy birthday to my guy, Sean P. We'll give him air horns.
The icon. Oh, we got to get the air horn. We got to get the air horns back. We'll get those back. Those are a must. Those are a must. We got to get those back. I did add a couple of pieces of sound I didn't tell you about. We hit them at the right time. Cheryl and B. Moore. What's that? I see you, J Bar. We'll pick it up, man. We got to be better than that. I know. We got to be better. I don't know where everybody at. Yeah, I don't know, B. I don't know, man. I don't know.
We gonna figure some things out. We definitely gonna figure some.
We'll work on it. Yeah, we adjusting. Yesterday was a good day. Other than our corners of the culture, it was a hell of an episode for me and Kenny.
It was really good.
Me and Kenny were the only two people that heard it because apparently I'm a massive moron. So sorry, man. No, yeah, sorry. That's all me. Big fat L.
It happens.
It's my bad, man.
It's technology.
And because it was improvised, like it wasn't the plan, because it was completely improvised, there's absolutely no way it could be re-recorded. Because it was all just off the cuff.
Yeah.
Oh, right on, Gino. Appreciate you, Gino. Yeah, it's massive E me, man. I'm so sorry. Massive E. Yep. RIP to that singular episode of Corners of the Culture. I was going to call it Canceling Kanye. Let's go, baby. What's good, baby? Welcome to the October 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are all survivors of the Sacramento Kings Phoenix Suns preseason game last night. We survived it. It was sketchy at times. Many of us didn't know if we were going to make it. It was touch and go there for a while. I'd argue last night's game was scarier than the early stages of the pandemic.
Well,
it was frightening.
Well, look, let me tell you right now. You guys survived it. I had the playoffs on. I I was watching baseball. No, I did have it on the laptop. And remind me. I got something to say about that.
You mean about how the thing was buffering the whole damn time? You mean about how we pay $200 for League Pass and we can't watch a game on our big screen television?
I got something to say about that.
It's ridiculous.
Should I say it now?
You might as well say it because everybody's already agitated that they had to go through these apps and these websites instead of just turning on the TV and watching the damn basketball game, running these stupid gimmicks where you got to rebuffer the thing over and over again. I don't know.
I agree 100%. I agree 100%. But here's what I'm going to say. And somebody please let me know if I have the information wrong. Let me know if I'm off base with what I'm about to say. You know Uncle V's my guy.
That's your guy.
All right. The whole squad over there. Those are my people.
That's what I heard.
Shout out to Shannon, Kyra, Avery, all the whole crew over there.
At 90.
Those are my people. At 90.
No doubt.
Those are my people. Hey, man, we shouldn't have to stream no Kings game no more.
No, that's not a thing.
We shouldn't have to stream no Kings game.
Not a good look.
It's not a good look. You can't expect anybody else to treat you with respect if you're not carrying yourself with a certain level of respect. If they told, I don't know whose call it was. Somebody let me know.
Well, we do this every year, and it's really stupid. Every single year, it's stupid. So clearly, they're not listening to us.
They need to start. You can't expect people to treat you with respect and reverence if you're not doing it for yourself. Once again, don't know whose call it is, but I'm going to say if I was Uncle V, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. You're not broadcasting what? You're not televising what? Oh, hell no. Let me get Bally Sports on the line or whoever I need to get on the line, because you're not going to treat me like some underground UFC fight that I'm streaming and I gotta be on the black web. I'm gonna be on people's TV.
Well, I don't know that NBA.com/King/live is the black web, but what's your point? I don't know that constitutes the dark web. But
look, you couldn't even necessarily get it on Kings.com. You had to have a
you had to have the direct
link.
Yeah, because every time I went to Kings.com, it said click here to watch, and it took me to League Pass.
Yeah.
It's like, I already gave you $200. Just let me watch the damn game.
Bro, that can't happen no more. That can't happen. I seen teams broadcasting on TV when they playing Maccabi.
Maccabi, man, that's a ratings juggernaut right there.
The damn Clippers. I was watching the Clippers game. Clippers weren't even in Los Angeles. They were in Seattle. And they were broadcasting when they played Maccabi. And I got to go through brackchannels.com to find the Kings game. That can't happen no more, man. That can't happen no more.
I think they're watching us in the main room here. So I really regret the way this show started. I feel like I think we have a important audience here today, and it's just dawned on me as I looked out to the kitchen area, like, oh man, we might want to straighten up here a little bit. The game was awful. The game was just God blessing awful, and we'll talk all about it. But there is some news today. From the Sacramento Kings, Kent Bazemore, as reported first by ESPN 1320 insider James Ham. Kent Bazemore and Quinn Cook are out.
I didn't see neither one of those coming. I'm not like overly surprised, but I didn't. I thought Quinn would get that third point guard spot, and I thought Baze was going to be here to start the season. So I'm not surprised by that.
So there's one now. James also reported again on top of everything Kings news related. James Ham, according to a league source, Sacramento Kings are signing Jordan Ford and Wes Iwundu to NBA contracts that include an Exhibit 10. Creates a pathway to Stockton Kings. Both are expected to be at practice today. And we'll check in with James Ham at practice later on. I don't think that really involves the main roster. I think our thoughts on the main roster are the same, and there's one spot left, and who's going to lose it?
Yeah,
is it? And it feels like it's probably down to Sam Merrill and Chime Moneke.
Yeah,
I like the way Moneke played yesterday. By the way,
yeah, I did too. I do. I like him as a ball player. I think he's a good ball player. I like what he brings to the table. So, uh, yeah, to have him on the squad, and also the other thing is that's a guy, in my opinion, that you could look to develop. Remember how I talked about earlier, getting guys in your program and develop them. They may not be ready today, but maybe if you get them a whole year in Stockton, or if they're with the big club practicing or whatever, you do kind of like what Toronto's really good at. I think Miami's pretty good at it too. You get them in your program and you develop internally, and maybe he's a candidate for that.
Yeah. Quinn Cook, James was really critical in the opening days of practice and even coming out of that Laker game of Quinn Cook, in just the sense that he looked like the guy who wasn't in shape. Like he looked like the guy. And, he kind of pointed at, whether this is fair or not, he pointed at the fact, a lot of these guys have been here for weeks before camp started, months before camp started. Some of these guys were in here, getting work in. We would get, contract announcements for certain guys like the day that they signed, whereas like a guy like Quinn Cook, we didn't get the official contract announcement from the Sacramento Kings until he got here, which was days before training camp. And his conditioning didn't appear to be up to par with the rest of the roster. Now, I also have another theory about Kent Bazemore and Quinn Cook being cut. Those are two vets, and they could wind up on other rosters.
Right.
And I wonder if that was a move by the Sacramento Kings or Mike Brown to let those guys go with some time left in camp, some preseason time left, guys to adjust their rosters to where they potentially get brought in somewhere else.
That's something that came to my mind with Bazemore specifically. Baze is probably somebody. Quinn, you don't know what his career entails, but Bazemore is somebody that you believe probably could go somewhere, if not right away, but maybe a couple weeks into the season and get on with somebody. And it's not like the NFL. Like if he would have kept Bazemore during the season and cut him 3 weeks in, it's not like his whole season is done.
Yeah.
Like he still could have gone on with somebody, but this gives him a head start. And it also gives him an opportunity to go somewhere where he might get more playing time. If Mike Brown looked at him and like, hey, I'd love to have you on the squad, but the minutes aren't really going to be there. Maybe it was a situation. What do you want to do? Do you want to stick around, or do you want to play somewhere? So that's one of the things that I thought about immediately when I saw Bazemore getting cut.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Kent Bazemore didn't play last night. Quinn Cook did, but I don't think he played in the Portland game. So those guys have been missing time. The strangest DNP last night was KZ Okpala.
Yeah.
KZ Okpala didn't start. Keegan Murray wasn't available for those who missed the game or couldn't find it or didn't have a strong enough internet to watch the damn thing. Keegan Murray wasn't there. Rashawn Holmes wasn't there. And KZ Okpala just didn't play. Trey Lyles got the start. And I don't know what to do with any of that.
I don't either. I know on Friday, I want to see like what we're going to see for the season. And if KZ Okpala is part of what we're going to see for the season, it can't be no DMPs on Friday. I'm looking forward. Look, it's not the end of the world. It's not the biggest deal in the world if KZ don't play the rest of the preseason and he starts opening night.
That'd be weird, dude.
It would be really weird, but it's not. I mean, it's whatever. But I'm all right. I'm kind of done with this now. All right, let's figure out exactly what we're doing here and let's execute.
So there's probably something to be said about that game last night and maybe some of the players having the same feeling. And we'll talk about that. That game was a very, very difficult watch. But we'll dive into some of those things, some of those notes there. Practice is going on. I think media availability is right about now. So when we get some sound from James Ham, we'll bring that to you. And it point out, Trey Lyles started. I don't think the plan was to start Keegan Murray. I think the plan, based on what we saw against Portland in the second half, I think the plan was to start Trey Lyles this game. Keegan healthy in Phoenix or not, I don't think the plan was to start him. I think Mike was going to go Trey Lyles.
That's what I mean.
And
let's cut all this out. There's only one more preseason game left, and then we don't have to worry about this. Hopefully, I trust in Mike Brown that this isn't gonna be a regular season thing where you don't know what's going on and all this other stuff. I trust that won't be the case.
Can't be.
So that's why I say I'm not gonna sweat the last preseason game. It's the preseason, whatever. But yeah, let's cut all this out. Oh, Young Sav, you already know what it is, big dog. You know what it is.
I just want to make sure Drake Barr is on the way. I'm sorry, preseason Drake Barr on the way. A singular bar.
Yeah.
It's like if that was a Twix, you only get one. You don't get them both. It's not the regular season. You only get one. Today's show is loaded, dude. Olivia Christian is going to be with us in an hour. Deuce and Mo here for their monthly visit. Immediately following that, Joe Patrick of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. We'll talk Falcons and 49ers with him. He's with us. Sarah Hodges, she'll be with us in the 2 o'clock hour. And then Matt George will close things out in the final hour of this show, man. So we are busy. And the phone lines are open for you for the next hour as well. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines. We'll talk a lot more about that Kings game last night, some of our takeaways from it. But first, let's go to SportsCenter Update. Whew. Oh, there's everybody. I was worried y'all weren't coming today. What's happening?
What's good?
What's happening?
Oh, no. I'm going to forever be messing with this mic.
The thing I noticed, I was going through some audio yesterday. They say to have the logo in front of you, like it really needs to be in front of you. Like we venture off into weird sounds when we move around. They're used to, like, I just don't think they were ready for us. They ain't ready for us. They don't know how animated and how much we move are.
They don't know about that. Hey, jackass!
They don't know about the random yelling at people who can't hear us. Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie. The great part is, I think if I hit the widescreen, you might be able to see Charlie. Yeah. Oh, the sun is glazing him out, but he's right there. Jackass. Yeah, they are very, very directional, David. Very, very directional. Yeah, this is not a Yeti mic, man.
Shout out to Yeti.
For those who missed it, obviously significantly more people watching now. We recorded a tremendous episode of Corners of the Culture that you'll never get to hear. My sincerest apologies for that. I don't know how to work the new studio yet, and we lost it. And we recorded 40 minutes of straight silence.
And it was fire, too.
It was good, man. It was good.
Absolute fire.
And the amazing thing was, I got in the car. I planned to go to cryotherapy. There was a little hiccup at my spot.
You go to the one in the Galleria?
Mm-hmm. The fountains. It's in the fountains.
I forgot what it's called. In the mall. They got one in the mall.
Oh no, I go to. It's called Restore. It's in the fountains across the street. Well, what if I can put my Jay-Z playlist on? What do I feel like listening to? Oh, my joint is the click. Ain't nobody with my click. The click. I'm riding, Wayne, we got Jay, and then here come that last verse. Oh man, what am I supposed to? And the cold piece is versus fire.
Yeah,
that Kanye verse is fire.
That's the killer and the conundrum when it comes to Kanye right now. Like, I like it's pretty much all his features. I like a lot of his songs. What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, it's funny, J-Dub. There was a Down in the Valley reference on the podcast yesterday, so it's funny that you mentioned that. Like, yeah, our Cancel Kanye podcast went the way of Down in the Valley, but that was a reference on yesterday's. Oh man, bro, it was not good, Curtis. I was just stunned, and I wasn't mad. Like I was hurt. I was so upset. I was hurt. I felt bad because Kenny put the work in too. It wasn't just me. I felt dumb.
Like I said, man, those things happen, man.
Yeah, that didn't help. Your stupid little text of, it happens. That didn't help.
It happens. What a jackass.
Yeah. Taking L's, man. Yeah, Leezy. It's a cold combo right there. I love that J verse too. Yeah, I'm talking yay. Yeah, I'm talking Bree.
Like dominoes.
Again, I love that. I love the reputation I've built for myself. How many F-bombs did you drop when you found out? Yeah, it was legit. Just put my head back and look at the ceiling like I can't believe. It's tough because we don't stream it, so there was no way to like check it. Everything looked exactly the same. I just have to try something else next time because we ain't doing it that way. Record it in the Box Pro.
We'll make it work. You figure out what Jesse does.
I don't know what Jesse does.
Like there should be something in there. It should be recording our audio. So I guess the Kings just they don't have any alternate uniform, alternate court this year. I mean, everybody's just, the season starts like tomorrow.
Well, it starts in 6 days. Maybe they'll announce it at Fan Fest on Sunday that we can't go to.
We can't go there. Somebody leaked that to me. Just saying it now. Somebody leak it to me.
Y'all go check out our video on D-Lo and Casey's Instagram page.
This second straight year, I wasn't able to go to Fan Fest. That'd be a good outing for Reese. Next year, I'll take the little girl. No, Brian Cruz. I mean, in a number of different ways, those things happen. Not at Fan Fest, though. They got prior engagements. We both do.
Who's Virgin Lex with 2.8 million followers that just liked our who is that?
Oh, is that that might be what's her name?
That does not help.
No, because I know her name. How do you even? Oh, I just liked it. How do you see the likes? Well, you can see it.
I'm on the D-Lo and KC page. Oh, there's John Bull. That drawing shirt, still one of my favorite.
That's Lexi Panetera.
Okay. I guess not.
Yeah.
You're an ass. Well, I mean, I'm a follower now. You got 2.8 million followers sitting there liking our videos.
Real talk, I talked to her about coming on the show.
Oh. How you know her?
Because she's she's like she's a dancer, but she does music. But she's like she got famous for being like a twerker.
Oh my. She got 2.8 million followers, but she liked the reel that we spent an hour putting together. And I was like, yo, how did she find this?
She's from Sacramento, though. That's why.
Okay. All right. Well, we're friends now on Instagram. So go follow us at D-Lo and KC. We're putting together more content for our Instagram page since we actually get to see each other and be together now. So go check that out. We're working hard over there. Don't ever make fun of your kids for posting these reels.
It's tough.
Man, they tough. I'll be watching those videos that Deuce puts out on the Deuce on their channel. Like, yo, like, how did it take you like a month to do that? Like, it took me 40 minutes to put together a video that is a grand total of 8 seconds long. And I asked for help.
Yeah. We got pointed in the right direction.
I was over here talking to Molly at the end, like, hey, how you do this?
It's tough.
Trying to get stuff on beat, man. Feeling like an absolute jackass. That's why when you know, next time you see, you know, something on Instagram or something on Twitter and you see, oh, who's the intern running the person who runs the social media account is probably the highest paid person there.
Facts.
Because that is straight work. That is absolute work. Go follow us at D-Lo and KC on Instagram. I mentioned I didn't think Keegan Murray was going to start yesterday, whether healthy or not. We saw KZ Okpala get a DNP CD. Trey Lyles started. It was you said a minute ago, okay, enough. I'm ready. Like let's start playing ball here.
Yeah.
And I think back to your boy Malik Monk, and I think it was before the Laker game. So that was 4 or 5 days into camp that I feel like I think Malik said, yeah, no, we're tired of seeing each other. We're ready to play a game. And then they went another week without playing another game. Yeah. So I was thinking as I'm watching that game last night, and they're sick of each other.
Yeah.
They just want to get the preseason over with and get moving and get to playing games, because there was no excuse for the way that game started, for the way that they played, especially with the fact, like, I thought that would be a good challenge for them, even if it was for 20 to 24 minutes playing guys like Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre. None of those guys played.
You know, I'm stalling the Kings out a little bit for the start of that game, just a little bit, because that was one of those games. I know me as a viewer, and this is why they're professionals. They got to get through all this, right? They got to work through all this. But I know me as an observer, when I saw the list of people who weren't playing for Phoenix, I almost want to be like, just cancel the game. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? They can have a scrimmage. The Kings can have a scrimmage instead of being here. So, like, mentally, that's kind of the place you end up going to. And I could understand, not condoning, or maybe, like I said, I'm just stalling them out, but I could understand the Kings players being less than enthused to play to start the game last night, less than focused to play to start the game yesterday.
Because you saw who wasn't playing?
Yeah, who wasn't playing, and it's not a real game?
No, but see, doesn't that get the Kings in trouble during the regular season? Like, how many times?
It shouldn't happen in the regular season, because those games count.
Didn't they play the 36ers in the regular season last year? Or was that the year before?
Maccabi.
And they lost.
Who?
The Kings.
Kings didn't lose to Maccabi or nobody.
No, the Kings in the regular season last year lost to some version of the Philadelphia 76ers.
I get what you're saying.
That was not the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
And how many times have we seen
49?
It was something like that. Yeah. How many times have we seen this opposing team's best players out? Their second best player is out, and they constantly fall on their face. It doesn't matter if it's you can't. And I know you're not saying they thought that way.
Right.
But you can't. Like, you absolutely cannot have that mentality, even in the preseason.
I absolutely understand. But in reality, that was a no-win situation. The difference between the preseason and the regular season is there is a win situation. You go up against that Phoenix team in the regular season, that's a win. That will get me one step closer to the playoffs. The reality is yesterday didn't mean nothing. And I'm not saying that, because they end up turning it up and they play well. But I'm just saying, at the start of that game, I could understand somebody like, all right, man. Like, what are we really getting out of this that we had to fly all the way to Phoenix for? We could have stayed home.
I wish De'Aaron had said post game, it's hard to get up for these sorry MFers, man. I don't know. Like, it's just Dame, LeBron, but it's hard to get up for these sorry dudes.
Right. But do you hear me? Like, in the preseason,
no, I get it.
There's nothing to get out of that.
But if you're trying to change a culture, you can't do that. You even if hey, huddle up, 1, 2, 3, we need to beat their ass. Let's go. You can't do that.
Which is what happened.
No, they won by 1.
Well, after the regulars got out, they were up by like 10, and they closed the gap. It seemed like they said, all right, man, let's start playing. They closed the gap, went up by 10 or whatever, and then the regulars kind of
they had a strong third quarter and then a less than stellar fourth.
Yeah. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying I understand.
It sounds like you are.
Or I can understand where you get that mentality. In the regular season, obviously there is a win. There ain't no win situation. You get a W. Mm-hmm. That's a game that gets you closer to your goal. Yesterday, you get a win, so what? If De'Aaron dropped 28 in his 2.5 quarters. Like, all right, backups and G League guys.
Why did KZ Okpala not play at all?
I don't know.
I don't
And I'm getting
understand that.
frustrated because
I don't
I'm warming up
understand
more
that.
and more to the idea of him starting at the
Like,
4.
I get if you wanted to see Trey. Like, Mike said from jump, we're gonna try different things out. Cool. Like, not even a minute, just nothing.
I don't understand that one.
Is he only effective with the starters, and you can't play him anywhere else? That's
kind of what we talked about. Me and James Ham talked about that for sure. Is like his what he brings to the table is more valuable in the starting lineup than it is coming off the bench.
Did Mike look and go, man, we don't have nobody for him to guard. We don't need to. We were going to test him against Devin Booker. We can't do that. Hey, he should have read the room. Hey, man, go guard Dwayne Washington Jr.
Yeah, he was lighting it up.
Like, I don't know if the plan was to guard Devin or Cam Johnson or what, but maybe Mike thought, man, there ain't no one for you to guard today, kid. You can take the night off.
The Kings need to get Dwayne Washington Jr. You know, I'm always looking for somebody scraps.
That man played 38 minutes last night. Had the game of his life.
On 10 of 19. He had the
game of his life last night. My guy, oh my God. My guy had 11 turnovers last night. Holy crap. My man had 11 turnovers last night.
It's like, look, everything that I'm going to do full speed. I'm either going to make it or I'm going to turn it over, but I'm not going to be hesitant with anything.
You know what else he did, though? He hit 10 of 11 free throws.
Wow. Come on, man.
We're going to get to it, but
come on now.
It's going to be a long season, bro.
You gotta make the
I believe in this team, man, but they're going to lose games because of their free throws.
Yeah, I can believe it. I absolutely can believe it. That can't happen. And you got guys on the team that can shoot free throws. Like they're good free throw shooters. I know we always talk about De'Aaron and maybe Sabonis or something like that, but all these other guys make free throws, and they still find a way not to hit the free throws. I guess the other guy that struggles sometimes is Davion. He was 0-2 last night, but
I think all 3 games. Let me check. Whoa, all 3 games, they was in the 60% range.
It's unacceptable.
That's brutal.
That's unacceptable.
That is going to cost you regular season games.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
How do you fix it? Like, okay. What do you do? Do you really just shoot free throws an entire practice? These guys, there's absolutely no way this team is shooting, however you want to work this in your head, 60% in practice.
Well,
so how do you think they are?
I don't know if they are or not, but we saw them at the end of practice to start training camp. A lot of bricks going on there.
Yeah, we did. That's why they was running.
You know, one thing that frustrates, like these guys are NBA players, they're great ball players. The coaches are great coaches. They got great trainers, Doug, Lindsay. These guys know what they're doing. I'm not going to talk as if I know more than them. But one of the things that frustrates me when I see them shoot as bad as they do, and it's specifically with De'Aaron Fox, and you see it with Sabonis a little bit, is these guys at the line aren't holding their follow through up. You know, I always talk about this, and I just feel like that could be you ask what can they do about that? Mechanically, I think they can get out of the routine that they've been doing that hasn't really worked consistently. De'Aaron was 3 of 5 or 5 of 7 last night, so I think that was fine. But I don't know, man. I just see these guys that don't leave their follow through up. To me, try it.
Is that something a coach can correct at this point?
Yes,
6, 7, 8 years into these guys' career?
Yes, and no. I mean, you can mention it. Maybe they do mention it. Maybe they don't. It's ultimately up to the guy to accept that. But we've seen like LeBron get better as a free throw shooter, you know, throughout his career and try different things with his mechanics and his routine at the free throw line. We saw Tim Duncan get better as a free throw shooter late in his career. So it can happen. My thought is you just have to be willing to change up some things that you've been doing for a long, long time.
You hope that this stuff is being mentioned to them now, because you don't want to wait till you lost your second game because you shot 60% from the free throw line and the other team shot 94.
Yeah.
Every point matters when you're a team, when you're going against teams like Portland and Los Angeles and other teams that Lakers, other teams that we think at least are in your tier, man. When the training wheels are off, you're going to need those free throws, and they just have not gone the Kings' way at all. It was really masked. I mean, yesterday could have been the game. You talk about games, you could lose a game because of the way you shot free throws. It could have been yesterday. There would have been a million reasons they lost yesterday's game, but you could have easily pointed at the free throw line and look, y'all shot 64%.
Absolutely. The other team, the Suns, shot 89%. Could have easily got beat. And you're going up against teams like Phoenix, who, when they have all their guys there, Chris Paul, Devin Booker, they don't miss their free throws.
Yeah,
those guys are money from the line.
Yeah.
So, that's always frustrating to see, man. They're free throws. I really do believe that's something that should be automatic, especially for my guards, Davion, De'Aaron. I got to see you guys hitting free throws at a better clip. And like I said yesterday, De'Aaron was 5 of 7. I'll take that. I probably would rather have 6 or 7 at the very least, but I'll take 5 of 7. Davion, man, can't go 0 for 2. Make free throws, big dog.
You're all in on this from Chris Haynes, by the way, a dear friend of the show, Chris Haynes.
Our guy.
Portland Trailblazers say Gary Payton II continues to recover from an off-season procedure, but he will miss the start of the season and be reevaluated in 2 weeks. I point that out. Game 1 for the Sacramento Kings is against the Portland Trailblazers. So we know that Gary Payton II will not be a part of that opening night at the Golden One Center. Also from James Ham a couple of moments ago, Keegan Murray back at practice this morning.
Good to hear. Good to hear. He on that Blazers note, man, it's not looking good for the Blazers. And the Blazers, they may make a decision early. They may make a decision early.
So do you think that conversation with Dame has already been had? Like, hey, because if I run that team, I'll call Dame while that game is on. Dame, you watching this? You see that kid? You see these kids out here? You see Wembanyama? You see Scoot? You see that? How you doing? You good? Okay. Hey, here's what I was thinking. And you start to lay out. If we're not where we're supposed to be, we might make a move early. You think that conversation has been had? Because that's something I think you have to clear with Dame, given this would be the second year that that's happened. I know I 100% agree with you when you say no team wants to make the playoffs the way the Kings want to make the playoffs. But I think Portland feels a little bit of heat. I know Dame says all the right things. Yeah. And I believe Dame, by the way. I 100% believe him. But if you start throwing away seasons, that could change your loyalty real quick. It's not about the city of Portland. It's about the way the Blazers organization is being run. And if you, without consulting him, willingly throw away another season, that's tough. Like, you can't do that. You have to bring him into the plan.
It is. Now, that conversation that you asked if it happens, what is that conversation like? Is it, hey, Dame, we kind of thinking that maybe we want to go in this direction. What do you think about it? Are you with it? What you want to do? Or is it, Dame, we're going in this direction?
Well, no, because for me, in my eyes with Portland, it's, Dame, we're all in. Right now, we're all in. But should something go awry, how would you feel if we went in this direction? And can I also point out, I like Gary Payton II a lot. Very good basketball player. I think he's a great addition to Portland. I don't think he's the difference between that team winning and losing, though. There's only one player that's the difference between that team winning and losing.
He's not the difference, but let's think about the end of the game. And who's guarding on Portland? Who's guarding somebody?
Well, I mean, nobody can stop Keegan Murray except a stomach bug.
No, nobody. But look, I'll even say this, and he's not even like Trae Young, like it's not even that type of guy. But who on Portland is guarding De'Aaron Fox? They got no, and that's why Gary Payton II is a little valuable to that team.
Well, no, I'm not trying to insinuate he's not valuable.
No, not that, but he's their last hope in some respects. I know you got Josh Hart, but let's just say they're going up against, I don't know, they're going up against Phoenix. All right, Josh Hart's going to be on Booker, probably. Who's guarding CP3? Dame or Anthony Simons? In that situation, that's where you'd probably have Gary Payton II guard somebody. I say all this to say that defense is nasty. Who are they going to stop?
Mhm.
Like I'm looking at Portland right now.
Bad.
It's looking ugly.
And their defense has been every bit as bad as Sacramento's.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they got Dame to cover up that stink.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have Dame to cover up that stink.
Right. It's looking ugly early in Portland.
Well, I'm not sad that I hope Gary Payton's back for game number 2. I'm not sad that he's not going to be around for game number 1. That absolutely helps the Kings out a little bit.
Just fold, Portland. Just fold.
But remember what you're saying, though. Think of how bad they'd have to be. You can't be that bad.
If you start now,
but you have to do something with Dame. That's the only way. You'd have to do something with Dame.
Yeah.
You can't be that bad. It's no different than the Kings. You can't be that bad with Fox and Sabonis on the team.
But, well,
you can't be that bad if Dame Lillard is there.
You can be bad enough. You can be bad enough with Dame Lillard to be a bottom 5 team in the league.
I don't think you can.
The roster's not good enough.
No, that's fine. The roster isn't good enough, but look at how bad the rest of the teams are.
Dame can be as good as he wants to be.
But those other teams are terrible.
They're
Utah.
How many? There's
San Antonio.
There's only like 4 terrible teams. There's Utah, San Antonio, Indiana, and I think OKC. You could be on if you're Portland. If you're Portland, you can be on par with OKC.
No way.
In Houston.
No way.
OKC.
No way.
So here's one of the things. OKC is almost only as bad as they were, and partly because they shut down SGA.
They're gonna do that again.
So if they do that again,
because Chet's gone.
But what if they don't?
There's no way they're not going to. They were gifted.
So what does SGA do? We're gonna shut you down again after 20 games for the 4th straight season?
SGA, from what I read, next to Tyrese Halliburton, is the future of the league. he's just waiting for the keys to the kingdom from LeBron, I guess.
Portland could be on the same level as Houston.
I think I disagree. That team's just younger. I don't know.
We're talking sub 30 wins.
So who do you remove to bring Portland down to that level?
Remove
because you can't because you don't think that team is constructed right now is that bad, as bad as Houston.
Yeah, well, I think maybe a little higher of Houston than you do. I don't think Houston is going to be down there with San Antonio.
I don't think anybody's going to be there down with San Antonio.
They're in a league of their own.
Yeah.
Shout out Madonna.
They are all by themselves.
Phenomenal movie.
Utah is going to try to get them, but it's
Utah can try to get down there.
And I don't know that anyone touches those two.
No. So now you're looking at, I think, Indiana.
Or we haven't mentioned Orlando.
I think Orlando's a little.
I think higher of Orlando.
I don't think they're going to be.
I think higher of Detroit than I do Orlando.
I think they're going to be on the same tier. Now, what tier that is, I don't know, but I think they're the same.
Not on the Utah San Antonio tier.
No.
Not on that one.
No, my brother. They're on their own tier. But I think Portland with Dame can be a lock for bottom 5 in the West.
I don't agree with that.
Before
Dame,
we
Simons.
saw a game, we were like, I don't know if they're as good as the Kings today. Like they're on the same level.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Now we've seen them for 2 weeks, and they're not good.
No, they're not. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could because bottom 5 would be the 11th seed.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, that's you're right. I'm with that. I don't think they can get much lower than that though.
With Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Can't get no lower. Can't get no lower. Yeah. What's that from?
I have no idea.
Oh, come on, man. That's Love Below. You're the anchor that holds me down.
I haven't played that album in
I might play that today.
20 years.
What?
I played the canceled album today.
Wait,
no, it was on a playlist. I told you.
Wait.
I told you. No, I told you it was on a playlist, and canceled Kanye came up. I wasn't gonna skip past.
No.
Oh, you thought I played 12 play? Don't put that on me. I didn't play 12 play. You're the one far more likely to play an R. Kelly record than I am.
I did not play 12 play.
You played a different R. Kelly album. Yeah, see, you trying to this dude right here. Who needs friends? We got dudes like KC, man. We'll come back. We got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. We'll talk about Chime Oneki. I want to talk about Terrence Davis, too. We got a pretty good look at Terrence Davis. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. As we mentioned, the show is packed. Olivia Christian coming up. Deuce Mo on the way. Joe Patrick with 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Sarah Hodges with us today. Matt George. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey Jesse, was that good? The clip I sent you? Okay, cool. No, I was ready to go.
Do I need to refresh this or something? Jordan Alvarez, DeAndre Ayton. I'll just press the button and see what happens. Will it go over the air?
1-1 to Jake. Here's the pitch, and that's a towering drive deep down the right field line. This one's way back. It's gonna go! A long home run to right field for Jake Cronenworth. And the Padres add on. It is 5-3, San Diego in the 8th.
That ball almost got into the second deck. A big boy shot for Jake Cronenworth.
What a co-winky dang.
Your call of the night. They might have already heard it, I guess.
Tremendous.
Yeah, well, you guys act like you didn't hear that and be surprised when it.
Well, we do got to run it for the radio audience.
I'm about to say something. I can't remember now. I forgot
how you was breaking the code and listening to R. Kelly. Is that it?
Man, just call me Io.
You kind of do.
No, I didn't know. It was just that day we talked about it.
That was yesterday.
No, the first day when you text me and you were like, you listened to it today, didn't you? It was only that time. I had listened since then.
I wish people weren't so horrible.
Seriously.
Oh man, did you read that Dan Schneider article?
No.
Joe, that joint is wild.
I heard he is.
Man, that joint is wild.
It's a wild boy, man.
My man's like, fuck with me. You know I got it. That dude is nuts. Yes. Yep.
Not much. I mean, we would talk about it, but everybody move on.
You know what the thing too about the dirty laundry is? I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't care. Like, because I think their dirty laundry would fit real nicely in with the people who support them the most. And I don't think those people would care.
Well, it's funny because, actually, yeah, let me talk about that on there for 2 minutes.
We'll come back with it.
Yeah. When your ship is sinking, you won't let me drown at night.
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Did
Did you? I think it's really short. Like, there's no reason to not see it.
I hadn't seen anything yet. I'm still waiting for Redeem. I went to go charge my car last night, and I almost started the Redeem team. I was like, oh, no, I forgot. I'm waiting for Reese.
That's good. Yeah, it's really good. Man, Kyrie had 23 last night.
Kyrie of the NBA. I'm the Kanye of the NBA.
Why are you doing me like that? Why are you doing me like that? I think LeBron James might lead the league in scoring again. Yeah, that thing stinks.
Hey, Jesse, I'm going to send something to you. I'll send it to you too, Damian. I don't know if you get a chance to see it. But tell me what you hear. This was funny. Where is it at?
Soren, I was listening to The Click. That's what I was listening to. You just got a verse on there. Yeah. I love the Jay-Z verse. And I was, yeah, it's dope. And then all of a sudden, oh, he on this record too.
8 records to Louis.
Damn.
My girl is superstar, all from a home movie.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Check us out. The stream is loaded today. Olivia, Deuce and Mo, Matt George, Sarah Hodges, they're all jumping on with us. Before we get to that,
as the chatty house would say, the baddies are on.
The baddies are here. Matt George, king of the baddies.
All the baddies.
He's here indeed.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Old roof can cause high energy bills. Heat can cause high energy bills as well. Find out if solar paneling is right for you. Find out if a new roof is right for you. You got an electric vehicle. You don't want to go to the mall to charge the car. Have one installed in your house. ACR Solar and Roofing can do that for you as well. Again, 916-481-7200. Dual award winners here today.
Okay.
One and done for these guys. I'm quite confident. Dwayne Washington Jr. scored 31 points and 11 turnovers yesterday. That's admirable. I appreciate that.
Double.
As a fan of Russell Westbrook, I really appreciate that. But Norman Powell dropped 34 for the Clippers also. This might be the biggest award these two win all year. So Norman Powell and Dwayne Washington Jr., they can split the ACR Solar and Roofing Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night award.
Norman Powell might get 31 again this year.
You think so?
He get buckets.
No, he gets buckets, but I feel like that. I feel like the buckets are going to be coming from elsewhere in that squad.
I don't know. He's gonna be backup 2 guard. He's gonna get on the heater one of these nights. I can see him.
He might.
I think he can get 30 at some point this year.
Dwayne Washington?
No.
Oh. Okay. Enjoy that 31, baby. Enjoy that 31.
Dwayne
like those
Washington,
11
I kind of liked his game last night. I will say that, but I don't think he's getting 31 again.
For sure.
The Clippers, man.
Yeah, I like the Clippers.
Clippers, man.
I like the Clippers.
The only reason why we can't anoint them is because it's the Clippers. And we've seen this situation.
Well, I
Plus,
can
you've got
anoint
guys
them.
that, are injured a lot, and Kawhi and Paul George, and you don't know if they could hold up, whatever. But just looking at their roster, man,
Yeah, it's legit.
them boys are
I think
stacked.
you can anoint them for the regular season. I
Well,
think it gets difficult when you anoint them
Right,
for anything
right.
further.
I got them being a 1 seed. in
Yeah, I
the
think they're
West.
up there too. I think they're up at the 1 or 2
Yeah.
spots, which is weird because I feel like I think there's a conceivable setting where it's the Clippers and the Timberwolves at the top. And I mean, the Warriors are there. If I pick the top 3 teams in the West right now, that's who they would be.
Yeah.
The Clippers, the Timberwolves, and the I don't know why I'm all in on the Timberwolves.
Did you
but for some
see?
reason-
Did you see this clip? Maybe you could pull it up, and if you want to play it exactly. But Steve Kerr talking about the Draymond punishment, and he called it the biggest crisis they faced since he's been with the Warriors.
I did hear that. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull it up. But I did hear it when he said it. Yeah.
They've been dealing with a lot, and the biggest crisis. I feel like there were some people that were split on that whole situation. I don't know if it's Kerr exactly. I think a lot of people wanted him either gone or suspended, and they wrestled with that.
I have the sound. I'm a little concerned about what it might sound like. One thing I just saw this from Anthony Slater. I missed this the first time around. In 32 years, I've probably seen 20 plus fist fights.
Wow.
It should not make it out of our walls. We need to be better.
Mm.
That's the other thing. They're really upset about the video being leaked, and far less because I think I just don't think this thing that we saw with Draymond and Jordan Poole is normal. If you tell me, like, when, Crocky was just adamant, fights are normal. Like, in football, yeah, I could see it. You get tangled up. You start throwing hands. Guys have helmets on. Like, I 1,000% see that.
Right.
But if you're boxing out, you start pushing, you start shoving, and both guys start throwing fists,
Right.
Sure, I guess I could see that too. I still don't think that happens very regularly, but sure, I can see it. What we saw on that video, I do not believe that's normal.
That don't happen all the time. I refuse to believe that. That doesn't happen all the time.
Here's Steve Kerr.
I'm going to get right to the Draymond situation, and I'll address that, and then we can talk about the game. He is going to come back to practice on Thursday. He's been fined. He will not be suspended. I expect him to play Friday in our last preseason game and on opening night. We've spent the last week in deep discussions with all of our key figures in the organization, including Jordan and Draymond, of course, staff, all of our players, Bob, myself. And I can tell you there have been a lot of conversations, individual one-on-one discussions, players-only discussions, everything that you can think of, all the different combinations that are possible to have in a conversation. We've had them. It's been an exhaustive process. We feel like we have a great feel for our team. We've got a lot of continuity on this team, so Bob and I know our players extremely well. We feel like this is the best way, after assessing everything, for us to move forward. Never easy. No matter what decision you make in a situation like this, it's not going to be perfect. This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff.
We'll leave it there. It's Steve Kerr talking about the Draymond Green situation a couple of days ago.
I think they're, like you said, they're really shook at the thought of somebody leaking this video.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, to me personally, that somebody was really upset at what happened. That wasn't, sure, they got a bag out of it too, or whatever. But I don't think it was, oh, I'm going to leak this because I want to make money or because I don't know what's going on. I think somebody was pissed at how it went down
It
and
leaked.
how it was handled.
The context to what you're saying is important, though. Bob Myers had spoken the day prior to the video coming out, and he really downplayed it and brushed it off. Oh, it's nothing. I mean, we'll deal with this in house,
Right.
and that's, I think, part. If your theory is correct, and I think there's a lot of reason to believe that it is. That, I think, was the catalyst to. Wait, what? I saw it. That's your response? Okay. All right.
Because
at TMZ.com. Here you go.
Right. Because I believe, could be wrong, but I believe if, say, Draymond got suspended immediately from Bob Myers, I don't know if the tape comes out.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Because that was spiteful. Whatever that getting shipped off wherever it got shipped off. That was, like you just said,
TMZ.
Yeah, no, I'm not okay with how this is played out. I'll do something about it. It screamed, this isn't right.
Yeah.
This isn't right.
Yeah.
Something's got to be done about this.
Yeah. No, it does. And I think you're 100% right. If Bob Myers had handled that differently the day before, something's really standing out about what Steve Kerr said there too, about we know our team and we know our roster and the guys and all that. And I think what he's saying is we can't suspend Draymond. We did that before and it went bad. So we're gonna coddle him as much as possible in this situation.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read between the lines of what Steve Kerr said.
No, I hear you. And that's ridiculous on a number of different levels. Like, number one, that they would bow down to that type situation. Number two, Draymond, you're a 32-year-old man.
Yeah.
You can't
hurt people, Kenny. You ain't heard?
Or jackasses be jackasses. There's that too. You're a 32-year-old man. You can't handle the consequences of your action without causing an uproar for everybody and everybody feeling like, well, we can't, we're walking on thin ice because we can't suspend him because, he'll just really be a loose cannon. It's ridiculous.
I had someone who knows basketball significantly better than I do insist that Draymond still has strong trade value with a number of teams. And I told that person, Draymond's not going to play anywhere else unless he wants to play in LA. And that person was like, he's not going to play in LA. It'd be a disaster for him. He'd be terrible there. But there are teams like Phoenix that make a ton of sense for him. There are other teams around the league that would make complete sense for him. There's only a couple. Obviously, nothing will be Steph and Clay, but he could find guys where his shortcomings, Devin Booker, for example, there are guys who can mask his shortcomings while he can exceed on the defensive end. And I was told he is still a high-level player. And I said, okay, that's exactly. I was like, I called him a marginal player, and that person, I do not agree with that, and gave me the reasons why they didn't agree with it, and it was, we just don't see this the same way. And again, this person knows a lot more about basketball than I do, and I don't see it. I don't get I don't get it, and I mean, dude, the conversation in the finals was, are you benching him or not?
Right.
That's the part that I can't get over. Is we're talking about championships. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about essentially Steph Curry is now he's LeBron, and he's in Kobe in the sense of championship windows for this particular player, and with this, the unique makeup of this team, championship makeup for this team. Draymond's probably the guy that you can move on from and keep your window open because of what you've been able to do in the draft and the year that the year that everybody except Draymond was injured, and netted you some high level draft picks right there. So I don't know. I guess he's just a player that's above my basketball IQ.
I guess so. Mine too. And I just don't understand it because when you talk about winning and all this other stuff, and a number of people say this can't win without him or whatever. I much like you, I can't get over the fact that they benched him in the finals because that was the move to win. How is he so important if you had to get him off the court to have a chance to win. He gets thrown out of a game in Memphis. They win. He comes back for game 2. He's there in game 5. Game 2, they blow a lead with him on the floor. Game 5, they lost by 50. It felt with 40 or 50.
Mm-hmm.
Game 6, Kevon Looney was the one, the catalyst, much like in the NBA Finals, that got them over the hump. So it's not adding up right now. He's on the court when Steph gets hurt. They free fall at the end of the season. He's off the court earlier in the year. They win 9 straight games. The math ain't mathing right now.
Well, they did. You do point that out. They did struggle during some of that time too when Draymond was
They
out.
did.
They did.
They did.
You know, they did win 9 straight games, which you can't like. They did,
Mm-hmm.
but there was a stretch where it looked rough for them, and whether it was because Draymond was out or not, I don't know. But they've made their decision, and this is what it is moving forward. I'm with Jason Jones. I think it was Jason Jones that said this, by the way. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You got to fight. You just got to fight. You got to have a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole and Draymond Green have to fight. Because if I'm Jordan Poole, Draymond Green could have ruined Jordan Poole. Like you can't. Look, we got tagged in something yesterday where people created Jordan Poole and Draymond Green in a WWE video game, and they're having like a back street alley, a fight, and it's like, Jordan's got to wear this forever. Like he has to wear this forever, and I don't know. I keep like, I can no one will be surprised to hear this. Not with you, because this just isn't your temperament. I can see me getting into a scuffle with somebody, like where we're yelling.
Yeah.
With anyone in this office that I don't know, any of them, or people I do know. But at no point do I think, we're gonna hit each, because we're still in. I think you can express yourself to a certain degree in a workplace environment.
Right.
I don't think I'd expect a punch to come. And I don't think Jordan Poole thought a punch was coming.
Right.
And that's different than a fight.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you want to square? You want to throw? Let's throw. Let's go. We could fight.
Right.
I don't think Jordan expected that. And there's been this debate about sucker punches and all that other stuff. I don't really care about that. Jordan Poole did not think it was going to escalate like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I agree. And Marcus Thompson, he wrote something the day after, the video came out or whatever. And he made a great point, like he normally does. He made a great point. Everybody's talking about, you do this, you got to be ready, because in the streets, if you do that, that's a sign of this and that, yada, yada, yada. All right, well, like if you guys are talking about the streets, then let's talk about the streets in the aftermath, which nobody wants that. Because you're talking about, he should have known, because in the streets, you do this, you put your hands on somebody, you got to be expecting something back. All right. Well, in the streets, if the aftermath to that is somebody going to come see Draymond, either
y'all ain't
Jordan's
seen the
going to see him.
to society.
Right. Either Jordan Poole's going to come see Draymond, or Jordan Poole's homies are going to come see Draymond, and it's either going to be a fight or it's going to be something that we don't want. So let's leave the streets out of this.
Yeah.
Because that's not the answer.
Yeah. Let's also point out the obvious, although people don't like to acknowledge it. They are at work.
They're at work.
I'm pretty sure that was an HR violation. I'm not 100% positive. I can run down to Jen's office and ask real quick, hey, Kenny and I are a team. What happens if I punch him? Like, we're teammates, though. This is a competitive environment. If I punch him.
Oh, my neck. My neck and my back.
Is that an HR violation, Jen? I'm going to run down the hall and ask her. Get Jen on the air. We got a long guest list today. We're going to get Jen from HR on here.
But, yeah, like, and, people half jokingly be like, something got to happen. Something's got to happen. If I'm Jordan Poole, I may run up on him. It may be a sucker punch on my end. It may be a straight fight. But I understand. I don't know if
That
that's
man,
exactly how I would handle it, but I understand people saying,
that's
something's
not
got
how
to
you would
happen.
handle it. You're too calm.
I'd probably be sneaky though. I probably
RKO out of nowhere.
No, look, what would happen is the next scrimmage, I would knock the hell out of Draymond Green.
So that's the other thing.
I would clobber him.
That's the other thing I can't get over is like, what if like a crowd heckles? What if Jordan just hauls off and just drills Draymond like in a game? I know it seems inconceivable, but my man is embarrassed. He just hauls off and just clocks that dude in full view of everybody. Y'all don't have to worry about the video leaking. Here it is. Or the Warriors win and the confetti coming down and he gets his receipt.
He just waits the cash.
That's all it is. He's got that might be legit. Jordan Poole got a money in the bank briefcase with him.
But I'm telling you, even more discreet than that. When we scrimmage, I'm telling you, I'm going to clobber Draymond Green.
You're gonna do like
he
Kobe
going
did
up,
Powell.
Yeah. he going up for a layup. It's gonna be an inadvertent elbow to his forehead, and it's gonna keep being that way until I think it should be different.
If I can relate it to something, Rail and Rondo had beef. Kendrick Perkins said they just threw the gloves on and fought each other, and that was that. Maybe we gotta have that going on.
There's always that too.
Is that true?
Yeah, but Ray Allen won that one.
Then look, there's always that too, and there is the element of getting it out the way.
Oh, 100%.
Right, get it out the way. You guys got beef. You got gloves. Let's shoot the fair one real quick. Let's do the gloves where nobody really like get too hurt, maybe, and just get it out the way.
Let's go to practice. James Ham talking to Mike Brown.
What else anything about KZ making the decision not to play him?
Yeah, I just wanted to give other guys an opportunity. I wanted to give Trey an opportunity to start with the starters at the beginning of the game and in the second half. I personally know what KZ brings to the table and what he can do for us. And so I just wanted to make sure that others had an opportunity to be able to see other guys out there and say,
so that was Jason Anderson, I believe, of the Sacramento Bee asking that question. Great still shot right there of Mike Brown, though, for those that are watching on Twitch and YouTube.
Frozen Mike Brown. Okay.
He said he saw what he needed to see.
Okay. Hey. All right.
Okay.
Let's not mess around no more, though. That's all I'm saying.
Saw what he needed to see.
We saw what we needed to see, too. Let's not mess around no more.
Okay.
Let's give it to hooping, and
he didn't seem overly impressed. I could be wrong. He didn't seem overly impressed with Trey right there. So.
How realistic do you think it is that KZ starts 25 games?
Very. I think it's very realistic.
You think people, if Keegan is averaging 15, you think people will be in an uproar?
No. Are they winning?
500 team.
I don't know.
Think about what I said, though.
No, I know.
500 team.
Yeah,
like,
no. I know.
I'd be like, yeah, cool. All right, KZ, you still starting.
But is there also that, it could be better? How are you losing those games? You know what it's going to boil down to? How is that starting group playing? Are they getting off the slow starts? Is Keegan Murray and Davion Mitchell coming in and the team is down 8? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think that's gonna play. I think
there's people who would be in a bit of an uproar about that. If they were 2 games over 500, like, I don't know what that is. It's, I don't know, 13 and 11. I don't know. I'm bad at math. 14 and 12. Well, that's 26 games. You get what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. 14 and 11 would be the number after 25 games. Mm-hmm. And Keegan is putting up 15.7 points a night coming off the bench.
I don't think anyone's got. I think everyone's fine with it.
I disagree. I think there's definitely people who will be upset. They'll be like, just start him already. What are we doing? We're winning games. That's what we're doing.
KZ's. I feel like you've got a point to KZ not accomplishing what he's out there to do, though. I mean, I guess you
you.
could simplistically look at it like, oh, Keegan's scoring a bunch, because obviously KZ Okpala is not going to score like Keegan Murray is.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see whether it be Friday. Well, it'd have to be Friday. There's no other time for it to be than at the Golden One Center against the Lakers on Friday, who are a well-functioning unit right now. Those Los Angeles Lakers are.
Oh man, camaraderie.
Indeed, I'd like to see Keegan start with them. I'd like to see what it looks like.
Part of me, like, look, if I'm Mike Brown and I'm gonna start KZ, I'm not even opening that.
No, you can't. Right, you can't. Like, if you already know you're starting KZ Okpala, you can't start Keegan Murray Friday. But I'd like to see it. Like, it may, and we've said this 10 times this week. I'll say it an 11th time. More is decided by what we see behind, but by what they see behind closed doors than what we all see in a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to imagine Keegan Murray has played with that first unit in practice.
Yep.
Did they see something they didn't like? Did they simply see something from KZ Okpala they liked better? Or did they see Keegan Murray with the second unit and thought, that's it?
Right.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I ain't in practice. I have no idea. Olivia Christian, the game last night. She joins us next. We're about to kick off a bevy of hosts, man. We're going to have guests. We're going to have a lot of fun over the course of the next couple of hours. Olivia Christian on the way. Deuce and Mo coming up. Joe Patrick of 92.9, The Game in Atlanta. Sarah Hodges, Matt George, all on the way. As we continue here, let's go to a Sports Center update. So they said the sound was bad on that clip. Good, you got to go.
Early snack break.
Yeah.
I've got all my muffins and everything.
I'm going to try to check this sound real quick. That's a good question. Let's do a roll call. Who's going to be there opening night? Y'all going to be in the house? Where's that coming from? Let's go to practice. James Sam talking to Mike Brown. Yeah, that's not the best audio. I don't know why. I don't know, man. The share screen audio went to hell again. Let's try it. Let me see. Let's try this. That's muted. Boom. Got that up. Be right there, Olivia. We good, Jesse?
Tell us anything about KZ last night.
How's this sound, guys? Sound any better?
Yeah, I just wanted to give other guys an opportunity. You know, I wanted to give Trey an opportunity to start with the starters at the beginning of the game in the second half.
All right.
I personally know what KZ brings to the table.
We still learning. We still learning. Baba, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm super nervous.
Why?
Because I'm hardwired in this time.
Okay.
And I was going back and forth checking it, and it's a bit sketchy. So I know you have an incredible lineup. You may have to jump into that. Am I bad right now?
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad, but that's
All
okay.
right, let me check.
Yeah, I'll take you out of there.
Early snack break.
So frozen. Okay, audio is better. All right. Thanks, guys. Good looking out. All right, we still working through these things, man. You guys are literally holding our hand through this stuff. All right, back to Olivia. Where are you?
Hey.
I'm home.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. There's the staircase. We just wanted to see the staircase. What's up, man?
Don't
worry about
I was watching Don't worry about the internet connection.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll be fine. It's all right.
Okay.
We'll get through it. We will get through it. We'll have fun.
One day.
We made a whole bit out of it with James, so it's fine.
One day we'll figure this out.
You know how I am, super stressed every time.
I know. And I don't know why. We've been doing this forever. Forever. Did we get to talk about Draymond and Jordan Poole last week? I don't feel like we did.
It came out Friday, right?
Okay. I might ask you about that. I know you got the King stuff, but I might ask you about that. You okay with that?
Yeah. Did you see that I put in the little share doc that Tank and I were having a back and forth on Instagram?
Tank who?
Oh. Oh
Oh,
no.
who? Wait. Oh, you and the singer Tank? Wait, what? Wait, what?
What the?
Okay, I
So
don't
bad.
think
Everybody's already.
Okay.
Nah, I think Olivia might need to call in, man.
Yeah, but I think you might have to call because I need to hear this story. I need to hear
Give
what
me the
happened.
number really quick. I don't remember it.
Just call the regular 916-909-1320.
Rob W. Tanks.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Oh, that's tough. I need to hear that story so bad. We need to upgrade Olivia's connection. I think we could just throw that up there. Oh man.
That's what I thought.
Like Tank, wait, what? Hold on. If it wasn't for James Ham record freeze yesterday, Olivia she'd be setting a new benchmark. I don't know why that's.
Yeah, sure. Fact that we both screaming at each other got us here. I didn't have to say you. You did. It's the fact that I even gave you attention. I had to build. You're joking. You lost the plot. I had to build. Your bed fell off.
Jesse, what did she say?
She said
Somebody said she said screaming. A couple people said she said screaming.
Well, we got to get so normally Olivia joins us on the stream, but she's in Southern California and her internet is trash right now. And she teased just a phenomenal story that there's no way we were just going to like throw in the towel and go, oh, Olivia's internet doesn't work. So we're going to bring Olivia in on the phone. And I need to be clear. Oh, you got into a social media argument with Tank the singer?
That is correct. Tank the singer. And it wasn't a big argument, but we went back and forth 5 or 6 times.
And this was about
what?
What was this about?
So we were on like a celebrity Instagram account, and they posted about Draymond. They posted about the video coming up, and he made a comment. He's famous, so his blue check was at the top, and he was like, "This is family business. I can't believe they would let the video come out. Fights happen." And I replied just with 2 words: horrible take. And then I thought that was it, because there were about 300 other responses to Tank's little post there, and I didn't expect him to respond to me. And he wrote back like, "LOL, you clearly are naive. You don't know what happens in sports. People fight all the time. This is family business." Now I was like, "Thank you. That's super cute of you to call me naive." But I actually, I talk sports for a living. I watch this. I don't make a lot of money doing it for a living, but technically I do. So I'm well aware of the fact that fights happen. But I actually think it was good that the video came out. I'm not for leaking this kind of stuff. But I'm glad that it did, because it, sunshine is, as they say, the best disinfectant. Mm-hmm. And he replied again saying that I was naive. And the business is business, and families need to keep their comments, their struggles within the family. And, I replied to him again saying, I agree with all that. I do believe family business is family business. And he kind of went back and forth with me being naive. And I just kept saying, I'm a whole grown woman, but thank you for thinking I'm a child, I guess. But I said again, like, Draymond he has publicly displayed these anger issues. So just to address it privately, in my mind, isn't enough. And while I don't excuse the leaking and whoever intern did it, and I'm sure they likely got the wink and nod to do it, but don't tell me that's not great. But if he publicly acts like this, I think he should be publicly facing whatever happens to him. And I said to him, I'm like, and thank you for this back and forth. Clearly we disagree respectfully. And he wrote back like, yes, respectfully, we disagree. We also went into this whole, like, I was like, I'm a Black woman in sports. I'm not naive to any of how these things work. And he kind of got on me. Oh, now you're a Black woman. I'm like, I actually have been a Black woman my whole life. It didn't just start.
Now I'm a Black woman.
Wow,
Yeah, this
Tank.
just happened the day before last.
Wow, Tank, come on, bro.
You should have told him maybe I deserve
like,
a better celebrity to interact with.
I was like, don't make me turn on D'Angelo right now, because
D'Angelo would understand my take here, buddy. D'Angelo and Take would know what I'm talking about. D'Angelo and Case would know what I'm talking about.
We can go through the whole list. I'll go back to old school Bobby Brown. He sweat. Don't make me like. But it was interesting. And we ended the conversation amicably. But on social media, especially someone I imagine of his celebrity status, they don't always check to see the profile of somebody. But constantly calling me naive and oh now you're a Black woman and like that kind of thing. I'm like, oh, Tank.
The funny thing about all this, Olivia, is and I don't have a problem with Tank. Tank is cool. I like his music, all this other stuff. But if he's good enough a guy,
if he performs at halftime at a Kings game, it's on site though.
Oh yeah, come on, man.
I should have invited him.
Look, I was gonna say though, the ironic thing about it is you probably watch more sports than Tank. What is Tank talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, sir?
There's speculation that Tank sells homes now, so I don't know if that's happening.
I don't usually respond because I don't like to get in back and forth with anybody on social. If they're not on my page, I don't go looking for, fights with random folks. But I just thought his take initially was bad. And I guess, my 2-word response of horrible take was a call to arms. And so we went back and forth for a while there.
Well,
but like I said,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, we ended in a nice way. But I always have to tell people I've been a whole woman for a long time now, and the Black thing doesn't come off. So you don't need to school me on the Black stuff, the woman stuff, or the sports stuff. I got all those hands. They're on lock. We can have a conversation about what happened, but don't go there.
Tell them. During that whole the back and forth that you guys had, something continued to come up that I want to know what you think about it, Olivia. Is it seems as though people are more upset with the video getting out than what actually happened. And that's a problem. Like that was, I know there's a number of different people who talk about fights happen all the time. Damian said it earlier. I don't think that happens all the time. That was egregious. And, you even heard Draymond alluding to it in his little press conference of, the tape did what it was intended to do and make me look a certain way. No, you look a certain way because you actually did something. You know what I'm saying? This isn't the person who leaked the video. This isn't their fault. If there was nothing to leak, none of it would happen. You know what I mean? Like people, I feel like they're getting away from the crux of why this is even an issue anyway, because a teammate got punched out by another teammate.
Yeah. I do feel like people are concentrating on the wrong thing, and they're not looking at the totality of Draymond's attitude on and off the court. He's a great player. He's a great leader. He's vocal. He's the type of player that I like. Instead of just talking about it, he shows up. But at times, it's too much, right? There are times when he's gotten too many technicals. He's got to sit out a playoff game because he's gotten too many technicals. And it's like, you want him to be who he is because he plays a particular role for the Warriors. But we cannot ignore the fact that he oftentimes goes overboard. It's like Rasheed Wallace. Back in the day, I used to love the kind of player Rasheed Wallace is. But then it was like when you started kind of going off, it's like, oh God, please stop. For the sake of the game, the team, we're trying to win here. Let's focus. Right. And I think just having this story be told via Twitter, some insiders saying like, oh, we saw this happen. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, and that it would have gotten kind of swept under the rug a bit. We wouldn't know. And I think the fact that it came out really helped us understand that is beyond the pale. Like that is too much. That shove and that punch out, and that was just too much. And it's very unlikely that some grown men, $1 million, they're getting paid all this money to do this profession, are going around knocking each other out on all these other teams. That is not something that is happening all the time. Has it ever happened? Sure. All the time? No way. Right. And I think kind of the blowback he's getting and people calling for him and looking to Jordan Poole to be like, are you safe? Do you feel good? And him saying like, yeah, it's all right. You can come in. I think that's right. I don't think it would have happened had the video not come out publicly.
I agree. Were you as bored as the rest of us with the Kings game last night?
Oh my gosh. Yes. I'm like, is this what we've been talking about? Because I have to admit, I've only seen like half games, a quarter here or there, because I haven't been able to really dial in to preseason. And that's, typical fashion for me. But when I first learned that Keegan wasn't going to play, I was like, dang, all right, well, let's see what's going on. And what was going on was old school Kings. It felt like just the energy was drained out of them, their lack of focus. I'm like, this can't be what all this hype is about. And I was watching it on NBA TV. So I was listening to the commentators from Phoenix. Mm-hmm. And they were speaking very positively of the Kings at the beginning of the game. Like, this team's going to make a run. They've got a lot of talent. Mike Brown's there. They're a defensive team. People are really excited. So people are talking very positively about the Kings. They're expecting some good things. But what I saw last night it just felt like same old stuff.
Yeah, that was unfortunate to see. I talked about it earlier, Olivia, just the fact that once all those Suns got announced that they were going to be out, we would like to think that you keep the same focus and you're always locked in, but there was probably a natural letdown. Not saying it's acceptable, not saying that's what you want to see, but I think that's more so what we got from that Kings team to start that game yesterday.
Yeah, and I understand it. It's preseason and like the star players from the Phoenix were out. But you know what? I don't think the Kings have the luxury of dialing it back down. Mm-hmm. They need to step up. They need to take the easy wins and win them, because this season's going to be difficult. I mean, every season's difficult, but I feel like there's so many teams that are trying to change the narrative. They're going to be incredibly aggressive. Every game counts. Mm-hmm. And leading into the new season, I know we've got a game on Friday. I just don't think that was a good look to approach this game with your shoulders down. Like, it's all right. We're going to go through the motions because, Booker's not out there and Paul's not out there. Like, who cares? Yeah. You guys have a bunch of new players that need to bond together, that need to be able to take advantage of opportunities. When players are out, this is your time to shine. And for them to be kind of wishy-washy and fall behind and have to dig themselves out of a hole that they created, which is what the Kings routinely do. They let themselves fall into these holes, and then miraculously every now and then they're able to overcome them like they did last night. But I just don't think they have the luxury of like chilling on a night like that.
They definitely don't. We missed you on the live stream. Thanks for adjusting a little bit and spending a few minutes with us.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great rest of the show.
All right. That's Olivia Christian. The game last night, still a secret, because she got a dime of her first episode, but it's still a secret. When she's ready to reveal it, she will. But it's great work from Maybach O right there. And that Southern California internet's no good. Mm-hmm. It's no good.
Only internet is good out here is Elk Grove internet.
Yeah, because whatever James had, I don't know what James had. But speaking of James, let's check in with Rashawn Holmes at Kings practice today.
How are you feeling? Man, I feel great. Great to be back on the court. Great to get a chance to get out there with the team tomorrow. I feel good to be playing. I feel good.
Missing some time, how do you feel like that affected you during camp?
I mean, honestly, my conditioning is pretty good. I was working out every day. It was kind of, just didn't want to spread anything just in case, but I've been working, been in condition, and I feel good. So.
Rich, did you gain gain any perspective by sitting out and watching them play and sort of seeing how the flow of the new offense, everything works?
I was in contact with Coach the whole time during the games. It's understanding why I could be effective, understanding spots he wants me in, and things of that sort. So I think having a chance with the mental side of the game and just watching, I think it's going to help me out a lot this season, honestly.
Rashawn Holmes there back at practice today for the Sacramento Kings. I didn't mention this earlier. Great. Rashawn's back. Keegan's back.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter out.
What?
Ankle soreness.
Come on, man. We got to stay. I don't want this all. It's nobody's fault. I'm just saying. I don't want this all season. I need these guys healthy because we got playoffs to get to, baby. Come on now. Come on.
No, I know, and that was the absolute last thing I wanted to see. That player missed. Okay, Kevin Huerter out. So we've had the last couple of practices. There's been no Keegan, Rashawn and Keegan. Now Kevin Huerter out of practice, headed into the final preseason game tomorrow night. Let's go to more from James Ham here. This one, De'Aaron Fox.
Any thoughts on Kent and Quinn, who were waived earlier this morning?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Kent, veteran presence, a guy who really had a voice, and Quinn is a guy that's been around as well, won some championships, NCAA championship, like a guy that's two guys that have been solid wherever they've been. And even if they didn't play a lot, it's still a lot of work that they're putting in behind the scenes and still having a voice and talking to you. So we're definitely going to miss those guys. It's the nature of the business.
For those just tuning in and who missed your notifications today, Kent Bazemore, Quinn Cook waived by the Sacramento Kings. One roster spot left to be decided upon. And most of us believe it's probably between Sam Merrill and Chime Moneki.
Yeah. And I
both
think
played last night.
Yeah, I think Chime makes it squad.
I think so too. Yeah, I think Chime Moneki makes the squad as well. I liked Quinn Cook though. I thought, especially after his run with Stockton, I kind of thought that was going to work.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was going to work over Delhi. I think I remember saying that on the show when
we agreed.
And clearly, Matthew Dellavedova seems to do something that, and I thought he's been, fine. Matthew Dellavedova is probably more of a guy that you want to do certain things during practice.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of games as a break glass in case of emergency, like Davion's going to be your backup point guard. I don't think you're going to a third point guard in a regular game situation, barring someone getting hurt or guys getting in serious foul trouble. I don't think Delhi's a guy who gets a lot of run.
No, I don't think so either. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, same thing can go for Quinn Cook that we said for Bazemore, where they could look at Quinn Cook and Bazemore and be like, look, you're not going to play a lot here. Maybe you can go somewhere else where you can get some more playing time. You can be a little bit more in the rotation, and we'll give you that opportunity to do that now. As opposed to Delhi, this may have been his only opportunity getting back into the league. So if they're coming to him like, yeah, you might play every 5-6 games. They're like, okay, whatever you need, coach. I just want to get back in and be ready to take advantage of any opportunity. He may be more willing for something like that. Not to say that Quinn Cook or Bazemore were like, no, we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But given the option of possibly going to another team, being in another system and possibly being part of the playing rotation somewhere else, sure, I'd rather go to Charlotte where, I'm going to get more playing time than be here where I might not play for 5-6 games.
Mm-hmm.
So
let's get more from De'Aaron Fox here at practice today.
De'Aaron, Mike didn't call a bunch of timeouts in this last game like he had in the previous games. Do you think he was letting you guys kind of figure it out on the court a little bit?
Yeah, definitely, because obviously, you only have a limited amount of timeouts, and Mike is the type of guy that's going to use them. But there are going to be times where sometimes you can't. You need those timeouts going into the fourth quarter. So, yeah, he was definitely out there. He was letting us try to figure it out. And obviously, he was still talking to us and things like that. But sometimes you don't have a dead ball or a timeout to use or to blow to figure things out. You allow that.
There's kind of a fine line with that. That's De'Aaron Fox there at practice today. Again, courtesy of 1320 Kings insider James Ham. It's a thin line letting guys play through mistakes. I mean, in a preseason game, certainly it's different than a regular season game. But even you always can sense when that timeout is coming, like when that team is making that run and that timeout is coming. But it's a really fine line of, these guys, they've got to figure this out. They've got to play through these mistakes. We don't want to slow this down too much. And then, okay, this thing needs to be fixed. We need to stop this, regroup, and then get back out on the floor.
Yeah.
That's a tough, it's a tough call. It's a sweet spot. And if you miss it, the game could get out of control.
No, I liked when I talked about earlier about, all right, we're kind of done with all this. Let's get ready for the season. When I talked about the switching of the starting lineups, not playing KZ, all this, I was like, all right, I've seen enough. I felt that way about the early timeouts. It's 4-2. Oh, let me call a timeout. I understand that Coach Brown is coaching. He's establishing something. I understand that, but I hope we're done with those.
As a player, you would get it the first time, the second time, the first game, the second game. As a player, though, would you be like, all right, coach, it's 2-0.
I think so, and I think that's where
Coach, there's 11 minutes and 30 seconds left in the quarter.
I think that's where my player brain comes into play, because I'm like, all right, what you could have just told me this. Like, we didn't have to stop play. Like, there's free throws, there's stoppage and plays where you're like, hey.
But there's value in doing it the way that he did.
For a certain amount of time.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't do it too often.
Yeah.
It's like it's a well you can't go to regularly, or it doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah.
If you just call timeouts 30 seconds into every game, they don't have the impact anymore.
And it's one of those things where just because you did it in the second preseason game and you use that, then it's not over forever. Like, if you do it in the second preseason game and you didn't do it for another 10, 12 games, and on game 13 there was a breakdown, you go back to that well and say, hey, we're not doing this today. And then you probably can't do it for another 10 games. And then 10 games later on the 11th game, hey, no, I'll stop the game right now. Like, you can let it fill back up and then use that again. But he did it the first
it's like
two
a
games.
Character in a video game. You got to get those powers back before you can start throwing those stars at him.
Exactly. So I was
games in 20 years. I don't even know what that's a reference
that
to.
poor controller.
I ain't telling you nothing, dude. It's supposed to be a safe space.
That poor Super Nintendo controller.
I ain't telling you guys nothing no more, man. Y'all you're not good people.
But I was about done with the early timeouts. They can come back later.
I don't think that's a thing we'll see in the regular season.
Yeah.
It's something we certainly won't see at the start of the third quarter.
No.
That's not a move I think he'll make in the start of the third quarter. But to follow up on Kevin Huerter, James Ham just tweeted Kevin Huerter was on the court after practice. Ankle issue didn't look like it was impacting him greatly. Likely happened against the Suns when he came down on a foot while shooting a three-pointer when that flagrant foul was called. So, kind of good news, bad news there. Huerter misses practice, but is out there on the floor and working. So doesn't appear to be too serious. If it keeps him out of tomorrow's game, that's probably not a big deal for anyone involved. Right. He's one of the 4 players who has a solidified starting position. And I'm probably at the point where it's like, no, it's fine. Don't play him tomorrow. Let Malik Monk start and let Malik Monk play 20 minutes and then get him the hell out of the game. And then just get ready for play. And I like the way Terrence played yesterday.
Too. I saw something. I forgot what I was looking at because I watched the game on the computer because that was damn near the only way I could watch it. Although people were saying you could watch it on Xfinity. You don't have that.
I don't.
But I had that on.
I have Xfinity, the internet. They should have given it. You know what? Who should have given it to me? The company that I pay $200 for every season to watch every game.
Yeah,
they should have.
You want to talk about throwing a controller? I was ready to throw the controller when I tried to go on there. That's blacked out in your area. It's not even being shown in my area.
See,
the hell are you talking about?
Now who's the angry one?
I get angry about my TV.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But so I was watching it I had two things going on.
It's
I had
hard,
the baseball
yeah.
game on,
Yeah.
and I had the Kings game on. And every time I turned over to the basketball game, to the Kings game, it felt like I thought, oh, there's Terrence Davis doing something good, knocking down a three or playing defense or something like that. But then I would see people talking about, TD looked a little rough tonight.
Yeah.
I didn't agree with that.
No, he did. He had some moments defensively. De'Aaron was just talking about playing through mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence was a lot of them. Terrence was a lot of the mistakes. Like I don't remember what game it was. Portland, where he was in for a couple of minutes and then Mike pulled him out. This game, he just let him play through it. Like he made mistakes. Like there was some ill moments on the defensive end. Even on the offensive end, there were some moments that he took some buddyish shots.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, he got a little buddy in him. He got a little buddy in him.
He took early in the shot clock, and it took a transition three, but it wasn't like it was a transition three with like 8 people on that side of the floor. It was like, Terrence, no. And he didn't, it wasn't the no. Yes, it was the, oh no. And then it went the other way. But that was one of those things that Coach Mike Brown let him play through yesterday. But yeah, no, Terrence, he had his
I guess I only saw the
yesterday.
decent stuff.
Yeah, no, he had his ups
because
and
I liked the way he played and the energy he played with.
I did try to watch the Padres and Dodgers, but because I was watching that stupid game on a computer, I tried to, it wouldn't let you airplay it. I couldn't do anything. So I'm watching it on the computer. I had to turn the TV off so I could focus on the computer screen. It was maddening. It was, and the fact that the first quarter was 50 minutes long.
Oh man. Yeah, it was nuts. They called fouls left and right.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
So fire every official who was on the floor last night. They're or relegate them. They can play in they can ref in the G League. that was absurd. That game ended at damn near 10 o'clock and it started at 7. We can't do that.
That was like the playoff baseball game.
That was awful. Absolutely awful. We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo join us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. We got so many guests. I think I'll just stop sharing that screen. Justin Jackson.
Ahead of the Green Rocket. No, Jack Lehman. I like Jack Lehman. So, Jesse, she might have said screaming. but all that matters is Clarissa thought she said that. Clarissa said, I didn't have sex with you. Man. During the build-up to the fight.
Who were those people? What was that? What was that?
Clarissa Shields is the best women's boxer in the world. Maybe the greatest of all time. She's fighting, not Michaela Mayer. That's Alicia Baumgartner. What's the girl's name that she's fighting? Dr. David will know. But anyway, they're fighting on Saturday.
I just realized why I'm always so damn hot. It's this stuff right here.
What the hell's going on over there?
This stuff pushes out heat. It's this.
The electricity over here.
That's why I'm always so damn hot.
Yeah. Damn, it is hot. Right
See? Man.
Meanwhile, I'll be freezing. I was thinking about it today. I was like, I don't know when I'm gonna wear a short sleeve shirt around here.
I'm hot as hell. I'm like, I did wear this with the idea of I thought I was going to cryotherapy before. And so I thought I would be cold coming in here, but that didn't happen.
70 degrees in here today.
That is not cool enough at all. The second I go get my juice, it's dropping like 2 or 3 more degrees. Deuce and Mo.
Hey, yo.
What is up?
What's up, baby?
He's creating content.
I like it. I like it. It took me 40 minutes to create a 8-second video on Instagram this morning.
That happens
Dude,
sometimes.
The amount of edits, oh yeah, it's
crazy.
tough. Especially when you're like, hey, I'm trying to get under a minute.
It was like a beat, like you were supposed to be on beat, and I couldn't get it. And then I finally got it. I was very proud.
Oh
I
my
asked for help.
gosh.
I was proud.
Mo,
Sometimes you need
are you
help.
gonna watch? Are you really gonna watch the fight on Saturday? There's gonna be some good fights. Them women fights are gonna be lit.
No, but I'm gonna listen to you talk about it and tell me what I missed.
It was good enough. It was good enough.
Wait.
Because he posted something on Twitter, like these two women that were that like went at it, and she was like, "I'm gonna break your nose in like Saturday," and I was just like, "Yes to this," and I want her to break that woman's
They
nose.
get after it. I'm so excited about these two fights. These women put on the show for the last 3 months. I love it.
I have no idea who they are, but the woman that they had the camera on, I'm like, "You're absolutely gorgeous. Please do not ruin your face." Like, my God.
Alicia could be a star. She could be a Ronda Rousey type star.
Really?
She's got to win though.
Yeah, if like people cared about boxing for sure. No, for sure. No, it's
What? Kenny, what do you have to say to Deuce?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Kenny. I'm feisty today.
I'm shiny today.
How are the new digs?
It's
all
good.
We got to get you guys up here, man.
Yeah, it's good.
It looks so good. You got well, it sounds good too, but
We got 2 chairs here too. We got room right here. Right here.
Are you going to be able to put anything on the wall?
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. I really get agitated when this damn Clorox thing is in the shot. But
Yep.
yeah,
I think you guys should just put things on the wall, and if they got a problem with it, they can come address you.
We got to do something in here because it's.
And I don't even know why anybody would care because don't nobody else do video.
No one does video except for us.
oh,
And there's no armrest, dude.
No,
Like
that's
there's
a killer.
no armrest.
You guys, I heard that yesterday. You guys are killing me. It's
This
so
is
true.
crazy. Like
It's weird. You have to have an armrest.
animal did this. Like this is insane.
Who even
It's
created?
like I'm
chair?
sitting here, like I'm just, like sitting perfectly upright and.
Do you have a back on it? Are you on a stool?
There's a back. There's a back, but yeah,
They got me standing up early. It's only 1:48. I'm standing up.
And you already eating snacks too.
I know. It's a rough morning. Yesterday, I went and volunteered in my son's class.
oh, how was that?
It was great. I was there. They were working on reading. We had to do a cause and effect. Yeah, about the solar system.
So Professor Caraway came in and
Yeah.
taught him a thing or
Oh.
two.
Hang on. We're back. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We bring in Deuce and Mo, the Deuce and Mo podcast, and of course, NBC Sports California. It was great to see Morgan back on television following the Portland Trailblazers game last night. It's great that Night Chat is back. I mean, it's Night Chat for your audience. It's morning chat for me. I watch you guys every morning after games. And hi, which was that?
Bojack,
That was
Carlin.
Bojack,
You
yeah.
kind of see the Carlin,
Oh
right?
yeah.
It's always my favorite for those that are watching when the doors just open. You can't see the dog, you just see the door open.
We think it's paranormal activity. It's really just the dogs.
You never know.
Over there at the Deuce and Mo studio, it's a little wild there. Hey, so how miserable was last night's game?
Oh God.
Pretty miserable, but I mean, I try to just always tell myself a game like last night was a reality check for so many people that are so high on this season, as you should be excited, but also understand just because you're so high doesn't mean that every single game this season is going to be magical. There's 82 games.
It felt like a preseason game. The first one, right? The first two,
Sure.
you're like, man, this thing's flowing. There's some good signs. Yeah, it was weird. I mean, De'Aaron Fox was at practice, and Fox was even saying, like, yeah, maybe their lineup had something to do with it mentally, I guess. I don't know. Also, on the flip side, those Suns players, they're going, wait, we get to play big minutes tonight?
Yeah.
We're fine for roster spots. We're fine for minutes, rotational spots. Like, we're going to come and be physical with these guys. And the Kings did not respond well to start. I thought they closed better in the end of the first half and into the third, so that was good. But yeah, I mean, clean it up. Now they got some stuff on tape that looks really bad, and you better be ready to get it going.
I kind of stalled them out a little bit. I kind of stalled the Kings out just a little bit because the amount of guys on Phoenix that were ruled out coming into that game
Yeah.
It's human nature. You're the king, like, and I brought this up, and we don't want it to happen. We want them to take every single game seriously because we've seen what happened last year when they would ease up. So we want that to be eliminated now. But you look at us like, man, we got to play Washington Jr., lined him in. What's his name? I don't know. This is the preseason. This is a lose. Like, we can't really gain anything from, like, in a regular season. You play a team like that, hey, that's still a win towards our goal. That game, it's like, why do we even make this trip? Like, why I got to play, coach?
Kenny, but like, that's the thing too. One, we can call that the Draymond Green mentality, right? Because why would he want to play a game on a soft Tuesday in the middle of the season, like he said, on the shop with LeBron James, and just talking about not coming into those games with that type of hardcore competitive mentality. For the Kings, you've been losers for a long time. You don't get to do that even for a preseason game, and that's the only reason why I was disappointed, because I was like, I don't care if it's preseason or not. Like, these are the times that you make those tweaks to make sure that you're not going to do that stuff in the regular season.
But I also didn't feel like they were going through the motions either. There was like some you're just like, all right, there's 800 whistles. They're missing everything at the rim. Like, I don't know what's going on. They're missing everything at the rim.
Yeah.
And then the Suns came out and they played really hard.
I didn't feel like it was an effort thing, you guys.
No, I didn't think it was an effort thing either. In fact, I thought, if anything, that's probably been the bright spot for me in the preseason is I feel like the engagement, like even defensively, has been pretty good. Like, they've given a good effort.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And to that point, it was mental for not finishing at the rim. It's just like, I agree with you, Mo. I 100% agree with you. That's what they need to do. That's what they want. But I also understand the human nature of this thing. Like, it'd be one thing if it's a regular season, because it don't matter who you're playing. That win gets you closer to your goal, so you take advantage of it. This one, it was like, damn. All right, well, all right, guys. You know, let's go play. But you've already mentally like taken a step back, and we saw. One of the good things that kind of doesn't get talked about from yesterday is we saw when they kind of realized what was going on, they said, all right, man, we got to tighten it up. And they tightened it up at the end of the second quarter into the third quarter. They started playing and doing things a little bit better in the way you would want it to be. But I mean, I understand sometimes it might take, a quarter and a half in that particular situation to kind of get your mind right.
And I like the fact that Brown was like, no, figure it out. Like, you guys are playing. You guys are going to play into the second half. Like, you guys need to figure this out. Face some adversity and play like you need to play.
Anything else from practice today stand out?
I'm trying to think. No, not really.
I heard it in practice, and he was just kind of out shooting around later.
Yeah, I guess he had a sore ankle. So, I don't know. Like, will he be able to go in the final preseason game? I don't know. But he was out there shooting around.
Them sore ankles, them things keep you out like 2 weeks.
I hope not. We got to be healthy.
You tweeted about Keegan and Rashawn.
Oh yeah, Keegan and Rashawn are healthy.
You gotta be careful with the sore ankle.
Yeah, I'm missing the sore ankle.
And did I miss it?
Yeah, you're missing the sore ankle. De'Aaron's sore ankle prior to the trade.
You gotta be careful, man.
Hey, I got the Men in Black memory about last year. We don't talk about that.
The hell is Kevin Herter protesting?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, man. If I was De'Aaron, I would have been like, I would have been doing the same thing. My knee is barking, man. I can't go. Wait, we didn't add any wings? Oh man, I got sit in my hand, man. My shooting hand's messed up. Give me some help.
Yeah. What do you think about the cuts today? Quinn Cook and a guy you're very familiar with from his time in Stockton, and Kent Bazemore being gone.
We need a boycott. No, I'm kidding.
Sore ankle.
Yeah.
Sore ankles.
I wasn't surprised by either one really. I thought Bazemore was probably likely. The Cook one, I don't know, like the Cook Deli thing. It's like, what's your preference? The other thing I'm wondering is, do they have to keep a third point guard? I mean, they have enough guards. You got enough guys that can handle the rock that if you do have some emergency situation, you'd probably be okay. So I don't know if that factors into their thinking moving forward. But what I like about Quinn is he can come in and get buckets. He's a good guy. He's been around the league, vet, great locker room dude.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for him, but he's also a guy that's had to go through a lot. So Hopefully he gets another chance.
Yeah, I'm glad that he got the opportunity again. And like you said, hopefully he does get that other chance, because there are teams in this league that could use a guy like that. Kent Bazemore, I think so many people get excited about the name and what we've seen him accomplish in the past, but he always stayed the same, it feels like. He never really evolved his game and took it to another level. So, like Deuce said, not super surprised.
Do you think that that possibly played into their cuts, where Mike Brown might be looking out for him? Like, hey, we know you're not going to get a lot of time here, but you can still be valuable to other people around the league. Maybe it's just a thing that happens in the NFL, but let me let you go now to give you time to catch on with the team. Maybe not by opening night, but a month into the season or something like that.
I don't think so. I think it's like, if anything, if they felt like they were the right guys to be here for extra depth or emergency, however you want to see it, they would keep them here. You know, you're not a good enough team with an established culture to be able to just do that with guys that you would feel like are capable.
Did they do him a favor by doing it early? You know,
Yeah,
like
'cause
doing
they're
it
not gonna play
now.
you.
Yeah.
I still go with no.
Hey, we didn't even mention the fact that they were playing without their best player last night, you know?
Their best player.
Well,
Huh?
I mean, wow. Okay. We radio showing today. We radio.
Apparently he is their best player, because the team fell apart when he wasn't on the floor.
Yeah, they play without him and KZ. It's trouble.
He's the best player in Sacramento Kings uniform since Tyrese Halliburton.
You guys, I'm so high on Keegan Murray. It's not even funny. Like I think I'm in love. Is that okay?
You gotta watch what you say on this show, man. He just gotta be careful.
You gotta watch your pauses and see all that. You gotta make them flow through.
I'm so high on Keegan. What'd you say?
Wait, what'd I say?
No, she said, I'm so high.
Oh,
on Keegan Murray.
Well, let's not get it twisted. She's probably high too, but
Oh
like we're
my
just
God. Okay. Hello. I'm wearing a Dare sweatshirt today. Kids, keep kids off drugs.
Well, Morgan isn't a kid, to be fair. Your shirt is very accurate, and okay.
Cannabis is herbal, but go on.
Indeed, it is. You are listening, as if you had any doubt, to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, free on Twitch, free on YouTube as well. We appreciate all those watching and listening. Let's talk about Keegan Murray. Let's talk about KZ Okpala as well. I'm anxious to hear what you two think about. Let's start with the KZ Okpala part. He started 2 preseason games. He started at the position many people thought Keegan Murray would be at. And then last night, Trey Lyle starts, and KZ keeps his warm-ups on all day.
Yeah, Mike Brown did say after practice, someone asked him about that today at practice, and he was saying, look, I know who KZ is, and I was trying to give a look to Trey Lyles and just to see how he looked with the starting group and play other guys. Because I was curious about that too. I'm like, man, he starts twice and then you don't play him at all.
Yeah, we didn't know if to look more into it or if it is just that, and he answered the question for all of us. So it's preseason, and seeing him do that with KZ Okpala was fine, and it's been fun to see KZ out there with the starting group. I still believe that Keegan Murray deserves to be the starter of this group, but also at the same time, I'm not going to be like throwing my arms up angry if that was the case.
I like KZ. I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a guy that knows exactly who he is and what he needs to do out there. He's going to cut hard. He's going to make the right play. He's going to defend multiple positions. He's long. The Kings have lacked like a lengthy guy with some athleticism who could defend multiple positions. So seeing that you have a guy like that on your roster now is huge. As far as the whole Keegan versus KZ thing, I think we all go, yeah, we all want to see Keegan there. Well, guess what? Keegan's going to be your long-term starter there. If he doesn't start the year as a starter, I really don't care. Like, the fact is, he's going to be an essential part to this team. He's going to play probably the most minutes at the position. I'm cool with it.
I think maybe too, you guys, we've been traumatized by some of the rotations that we saw even last year.
You mean Buddy playing in front of Tyrese for so long?
Ding, ding, and maybe no Kojo shade here, but even Corey Joseph playing the amount that he was playing at times. And that was triggering and traumatizing in some ways. And that's why I think right now, I'm still going to pick the path of trusting Mike Brown and his ability to coach this squad the right way, whether that's Keegan starting right away or not.
Yeah. You know, a light bulb went off in my head on Sunday's game. And I really like the idea of KZ starting in that starting lineup. And I think, you know, one of the things that got me to that point was I'm watching that game, and I know it's preseason, I know it's the first half and all this other stuff, but he's guarding Dame Lillard. And then he's guarding Josh Hart. Then he's guarding Jeremy Grant. And I just looked at what he's able to do in that starting lineup, and it felt like it took a defensive load off of De'Aaron. Now De'Aaron can be on Anthony Simons or something like that. And I've said a number of different times, you look at the other point guards in the game, Ja, Trae Young, Steph Curry. None of these guys are out there guarding the other team's best perimeter defender. I know why we're asking De'Aaron to do that, but nobody else is doing that. Like, tuck him off in the corner like Trae Young is and let him orchestrate the offense. But they couldn't do it because they didn't have that type of player around there. And you put KZ in the starting lineup. And I don't know, man. I'm with you. Obviously, Keegan Murray is the future and maybe even the present for this team. But, man, I don't know. I'm really on board with KZ being in that starting lineup, even if it means Keegan starting the season on the bench.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. Like you said, the fact that he is comfortable defending multiple guys out there, different types of players too, is legit. Man, even Keegan in that game you're talking about, he got switched on to Dame a couple times, and I was impressed with him staying in front of him. And maybe Dame's not 100% yet. He's still trying to get back in rhythm after what he went through last year with the core injury. Man, Keegan is impressive. I just... I know you're saying you're super high and I'm in love with him, all that stuff, but he just looks like he's gonna be able to help right away. I'm like, he doesn't feel like a rookie at all.
No,
he doesn't care. It's like he's not bugged by the starting thing. Like when he was asked about it, he's like, no, KZ's playing some great defense, and I know with work my time will come. I'm like, oh my God,
we deserve to have someone like Keegan Murray here. Yes.
I agree. All right, let me ask you a question I asked Damian. If the Kings, let's put it 25 games, they're 14-11. And KZ is starting.
Oh, stop it.
I know, right? It's getting crazy around here. Somebody called the other day.
You are getting crazy.
Look, somebody called the other day talking about 17-4. True story. They talking about 17-4.
Man, we are too crazy in Sacramento, man. We get so high and so low. They get off to no, I'm talking about the general fan base. It's like the Kings look good 2 preseason games.
I know.
Last night, it was like the world was ending.
Yep.
Can you believe it?
It was so toxic in certain conversations. I was like, do people not know how sports work?
Same old Kings. I'm like, well, I mean, it's preseason. The Suns lost to the 36ers. Like, what are we talking about here? Okay, sorry, but back to your crazy scenario.
You're good. 14-11. KZ is a starter the entire time. Do you think there is maybe uproar sounds a little too hostile, but do you think there's a movement of people saying we need to stop the charade? Keegan needs to start. I say no.
No, I don't
Well, I
think so.
say it
Because
happened. I don't think they should, but I think it happened.
I'd have to look at the minutes, but it's not like I don't look at KZ as a guy that is going to be playing like 30 minutes a night. He's coming out, setting the tone, doing the dirty work a little bit.
And what if Keegan was getting more minutes and just not starting?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Keegan's going to get more minutes.
Yeah. And they were 14-11. Like, why would you be mad about that in any way, shape, or form? You know, like winning shuts everyone up. Everyone.
Also, if they're 14-11, we're probably building a KZ statue outside G1C.
My favorite part about our conversations is the variety of voices that come from the two of you during the course of the conversation.
The underrated part of this conversation.
100%. 100%. Yeah, Keegan really is. He is such a unique player in a sport that's so me. He is so unique in that he just does not seem to be that at all. He's a vet. like 3 games into his NBA career. This dude is a veteran. He didn't even play last night. 2 games into his NBA career. He's a veteran. He's special. He's really special. He's not. He is so much better than I imagined he would be in that draft process. He's phenomenal.
I think we're all starting to feel that, but I also feel like some of us, which is totally fine, still have their walls up, or they're like, wait, let's just see how it translates into this King season. Like, but truly believe your eyeballs. He's actually making an impact this early. Whether you want to believe it from Summer League or even these couple of preseason games, it's an impact.
It's the trauma that you were talking about, though.
Right.
All of these feelings are based in trauma. That's all. Like, Phoenix doesn't care that they lost. The Phoenix fan base, they don't care that they lost last night's game. No, I've got questions about Phoenix. I've got questions about the Western Conference, to be honest with you. I'm not nearly as high on the Western Conference as some are. What do you think? Like, we were talking about this yesterday, and I think part of the reason we were talking about how I got involved in a conversation and where I said, I think for the first time, that I think the Kings are definitively making the playoffs. Like, they're playing in a series. And we hadn't done that on the radio. We hadn't talked about it. It was like I just was in this conversation with this person and said it. And I realized that a lot of it not only has to do with the Kings and how I feel the Kings have improved, but I really don't like I really don't like the conference. And I think it only takes one little thing for each team, or one little thing for a couple of teams, for the conference to go south. The Lakers stink. I don't believe in the Lakers at all. They're terrible.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think Portland is in the same exact tier that Sacramento is. And I think the Lakers are in the same tier. And then if you're really only talking about now, how much is this offseason, and I'm not even talking about the Robert Sarver stuff, I'm just talking about the internal stuff. How much of this offseason is taking a toll on Phoenix? And Dallas is just one lengthy injury away from their entire season being shot.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the West, there's talent for sure, but I totally agree with you where I think we have more questions about some of these teams than we have answers. Like even Golden State now. I'm sorry, this Draymond thing isn't just like, oh, everything's good now. Even though they want to make it seem that way, I got to see it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you just get punched in the face and you're just like, hey, we're cool now. Let's go win some games. Maybe they do. Maybe they're totally different than any other team in NBA history. That's weird. They also have the question mark of, all right, can Kuminga, can Moody, can Wiseman have an impact this year?
Yeah.
They lost some key guys. GP2 was a loss, right? Like the Otto Porter is a loss for them. There's questions surrounding the Golden State Warriors. There's questions surrounding the Nuggets, getting Murray and Porter back. The Clippers, you can love the roster all day. They've got 7 players over the age of 30, I think, on that team. So they've had injury history. You mentioned Dallas, Phoenix. I'm down on Phoenix. The Grizzlies have injuries with Jaren Jackson. The point is we're going up and down the West right now, Morgan. It may look tough, but I think it's more. I don't think the separation between like 2 and 8 is crazy.
That's fine. And that's awesome, right? That's the best case scenario for the Kings when they've made the improvements that they have made to start this season. Great. I love it. And on top of that, just to help your case, you look at these teams and what's coming up in the 2023 NBA draft. Mm-hmm. And what if some teams are like right there on the fringe and they're like, no, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you're sitting out again. Okay, because Chet's out, so we want to be in that mix. You got Utah possibly like still, let's say they strip down their team a little bit more. Because sometimes when you look at their roster still, it's like, oh, well.
They'll be annoying. They could be annoying.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's going to be teams like that where I'm curious what the organization's identity will be for this season and if they are headed into that tank mode area for some of the big pieces prospects in this year's draft. But at the same time too, you guys, it's just it's not hard for me to see it because like we haven't seen it for so long. I just do believe that the Lakers, for example, and I know we say if healthy, but it has to, like, AD has to be healthy for that team to do well.
To even have a chance to get in.
Right. Right. And I'm always the one, I don't make fun of him for being hurt all the time because that's not funny. And I do feel bad. It's just one of those things where he truly, like, that is part of his identity as a player. And so I don't know what makes me believe that all of a sudden he'll be healthy this year. But yeah, if he is, then that's where like a team like the Lakers will be better. The Clippers, just because they're older, okay, well, they're going to have a lot of rest days, and then they're going to be fine when the postseason comes up. I feel like there's also going to be teams like that we just, or we're like, oh, we overlook.
Yeah, we're
that.
high on the Clippers.
But
yeah, I am.
Here's the thing, like we talk about vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Good vibes can be overrated this time of year.
Sure.
Bad vibes aren't. And there are a lot of teams.
That's a bar.
Yeah, that sounds like raises a
vibes.
loan line right there. That's up right there.
Thank you, Nick. There's a lot of teams with bad vibes right now. And we could talk so much about Sacramento and like the roster additions they made. To me, the biggest offseason move they made was hiring Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Because there is no doubt about it, a level of accountability, organization, focus. All the players have the same message as a coach. I've been paying attention to that. The coaching staff's empowered. I know we can get caught up in this stuff, like Tristan Thompson videos that Kenny got caught up in last year and wanted to give him a max deal. We'll move on from that.
The media. There goes the media.
But like I'm telling you, I think that the foundation that they have built starting in the summertime when they're going to Napa and hanging out at Sabonis' house, who by the way has a house in Napa.
No baby.
Yeah, that was a low key line. That was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Where?
So Brown says Sabonis' hood in Napa. I'm like, okay, they're drinking some wine, hanging out. But having that experience and just hanging out together, and I just think Brown has fostered a legit environment that when adversity does hit, they're going to be ready to go. I just think this is going to be a fun year.
I agree. I'm all in. I said they're making the playoffs. They're playing in a playoff series. How they're going to get there, I don't know. I could see a scenario where they're a 6 seed. I could obviously see a scenario where they're in a play-in for sure.
Yeah.
But I think they're playing a series this year. Absolutely.
I got play in, but it's
My bad. No, you talk about, and other people, myself included, talk about the Lakers. If AD stays healthy, I'm going to assume he stays healthy. They still might not be that good.
okay. So screw the Lakers.
They may not be that good.
Minnesota, New Orleans.
New Orleans is up.
Let's just say Golden State's going to be up there no matter what. I mean, you have.
I'm just for the record would like to not. I'm not in the camp of New Orleans being up.
What?
Better than last year?
Yeah, like marginally, sure.
Are they going to be top 6?
I'm not willing to do that. No.
Well,
I can't say top 6.
Are you? Is it because? So wait,
Zion,
why can we act like the Kings can be like even
I
close to
can
that
act
if
how
not
I
New
want to
Orleans?
act, Morgan, that's how.
Like, come on, you guys,
Damn,
get
that's a
out
good
of
point,
here.
Morgan.
God,
This
realistic.
was a 36-win team last year that turned it around. That got going after a 1-13 start. You added Zion, but Zion's been there before, and it hasn't worked.
In all fairness, he did tweak his cankle last night. His ankle last night.
You didn't have to call it.
I was uncalled.
That's my bad. My bad.
Uncalled for.
It was literally slip. My bad. No, but Zion, Brandon Ingram, they should take a jump. I just don't. How much of a jump?
That's fine.
How much
I'm not.
is load, man? How much are they? Okay, I don't want to get in a fight about the Pelicans. how much are they load managing Zion too?
But that's what the Clippers are going to do with Kawhi. It's the same thing. So it's not about where they land in the standings. They're going to still be up there, right? They're still going to make the playoffs, in my opinion.
In some respect, whether it's the playoffs or the play-in, they'll make it. But I think you got.
I'm sorry, Morgan. I didn't let you finish your point because you fired me up about New Orleans.
Look, maybe catch on it because I still think you have some. I don't want to call them fringe teams because I think they're good, but Dallas, Phoenix. I'm willing to put Phoenix in that whole scenario. Yep. The Lakers are in that scenario as well. And the Kings. I think Portland before the season, I had them on the fringe level with those teams. I'm almost ready to get them out. Like
I'm
they're
with you, Kenny.
Prisoners of the moments,
No.
everyone.
No, it's not about the game I just witnessed, Morgan. It's go take a
How
look
about the
at
5
Portland's
games we
bench.
saw from
Both of you.
Kenny could play 12 minutes off Portland's bench right now.
Stop.
I mean, if I was on the Warriors, I could probably play 12 minutes too. That's not saying.
Well, he does have a championship ring from the Golden State Warriors.
Right. We had a business partnership.
And
we had
just
a
to be
business-
clear, Morgan, it's actually all three of us that are out on Portland. So.
And that's fine. And so many people are.
They've got Dame.
No.
Dame time. He can't do it
You
by
love
himself.
Dame. Why are you talking crap about Dame?
I love Dame, but it's like, cool, they have Dame. What else? Nurkic out of shape. Their bench sucks. They're not that good.
I'm fine with that, you guys. I agree. I'm not acting like Portland's going to be just like a playoff team at all because I don't believe that. I believe that they could be one of those fringe play-in teams. And if this season Dame shows us like, okay, age is caught up. He just can't shove a team on his back and carry them. Yeah, I'll change my opinion 20 games in. But right now it's hard for me to believe that. But I don't believe in Chauncey Billups. And I shouldn't just be blaming things on him because it's not just him. It's roster construction as well. But I think he might not get the most out of those guys that he needs to actually get.
Two teams that I think are fraudulent.
Oh.
Portland and Phoenix. I'm sorry, I'm not moving on from game 7 last year on their home floor. They want to move on from it. They act like it didn't happen. So it's just another game. What? You're trying to win a championship and that game happened. And Jay Crowder is just done there.
Yeah.
What, Monty Williams didn't talk to Ayton?
Weird.
Oh, I just let him be. What?
But yeah, by the way, you just paid $130 million to a guy who does not want to be there at all.
Not at all. He thought he was going to the Pacers.
Is this going to be the year? Oh, what's up, Kenny?
No, I was just going to say, I got a feeling I've been trying to, out of some sort of respect for what they were able to do last year, I've been trying to hold off on this, but I'm starting to lean towards them being a playing team.
Wow. Can you imagine?
Phoenix being a playing team.
Nice.
We got Golden State, we got the Clippers, we got Denver, we have
Minnesota,
Memphis. Now it's going to be between Dallas, Phoenix, the Lakers to see who gets the 6th seed. That's 3 teams right there.
Wait, did you put the Clippers up there too already?
Yeah, they're number one. I got them number 1.
Yeah, just resident hater here. So Jokic is just going to keep doing this.
He might.
God, man,
he might.
Like, man, at some point, somebody's got to figure this dude out. Like, that dude is running the league right now.
So that's what I'm saying. Phoenix they're going to be in the conversation for the play-in. I'll say that.
You guys, we haven't once even mentioned in any of our conversations, and maybe it's fair, Houston, and we just don't, I think none of us actually know what they're going to be. Like, is Jalen Green going to take a little bit of a jump with experience under his belt, or are they really just going to be that
still
team
ways away?
Yeah.
They're still an AAU team.
Ooh.
They don't know how to play yet.
And I say that only because they're
true.
literally like 18. They're AAU.
Fair.
Very talented.
And their team, their front office is going to go into victor mode pretty fast.
As they should.
How many games do you think San Antonio wins?
If they want Victor, maybe like.
There's no if.
So
like they're not feeling a competitive team.
What was that? The 72 Sixers? Are they in trouble? Are they in trouble? Is 8 on the table here for San Antonio?
Yeah, if Pop starts resting Jeremy Sohan, that's when you know it's like, oh, great.
Pop's going to start having load management days. He's just
Yeah.
no, I'm not coaching this one tonight. I don't even know who's left on that bench anymore, but they can do it. Like, I'm not doing it anymore.
Brett Brown's back on their bench.
yeah.
I saw that the other night. For some reason, I was watching the Spurs Jazz preseason game for some bizarre reason the other
Don't
night.
say that's for some reason. It's. I mean, you got to know what you're possibly going up against
Morgan,
in the West.
It's Spurs Jazz preseason.
No, that's sickness. That's you need help.
above. That's like above or below, however you want to say it. Me watching like Cal State Fullerton versus Santa Barbara on a Friday night.
Yeah, barely.
Hey, watch out for those Gauchos, man.
I'm saying, and then the Thunderdome be going crazy over there. Thunderdome be going crazy. Can't wait.
Anything you guys want to see in the final preseason game Friday?
Man, I don't know. I don't really have expectations, even though what I would love to see, but I don't think we're going to see is I think it's important to use these games with your team to really establish what you want leading into the season. So even if that's a good first quarter for that starting crew or whatever it needs to be, I just want to see things played against another team and see them executed, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's a defensive possession or just the freedom on the offensive end and the ball movement and bodies moving. I just want to see things being executed by that starting crew.
I want to see LeBron and AD play.
Well, yeah,
That's the other thing. Are they going to sit there, guys?
Probably.
And that's the one area that I haven't understood in the preseason too. Is for the Phoenix Suns is a great example. You guys have lacked chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
You guys should be playing. I'm sorry, play a little bit. Chris Paul, Booker, you should play.
You can sit another
Build
game.
something. Why are you sitting preseason games? You know, I see Gobert sitting preseason games in Minnesota. The Lakers have sat guys, LeBron and AD in the preseason. And then you wonder why come regular season there's no chemistry. There's weird vibes.
Yeah.
Although right now in LA, that Westbrook stuff
Well, I'm about
really
to say,
bad.
Bilo and JC with Boots and Bo on down in LA, they just want to see Russell Westbrook join his teammates in a huddle. That's all.
Yeah.
Although I know it looked bad. Can I have Westbrook's back for a second here?
Why? Oh, Damian likes this. So why?
Calm down.
Hear me out. Beverly does some of his leadership stuff feels a little
Say it.
phony at times.
Say it,
And
dude.
wait,
Say
let's huddle up. Let's huddle up.
And it was
Stop it.
it was after Westbrook had fouled someone to put them
Right.
to the free throw line, and he's like, "No, you're not going to tell me what I need to do."
Yes.
But he missed the huddle in the beginning of the game too.
Sure. But yes, that looked really bad.
Stop this. Don't do this, Morgan. Don't be the internet, Morgan. Don't be the internet.
Are you guys with me on the Beverly thing? You go.
Oh,
you look at-
100%.
Come
I'm
on, you
letting
were being petty.
I'm letting you preach.
Okay.
Patrick Beverly. Look, man. If I was Westbrook, I wouldn't be cool with that guy either.
Well, also, I don't like.
Stop trying to lead me. I don't need you leading me anywhere. Get lost.
Fam, I'm going to the Hall of Fame. Get the hell out of my face.
We learned a lot last year when Buddy and Bagley started the season in Sacramento. Russ's name has been dragged by them, and they talk out of both sides of their mouth. No, he's important to us. Darvin Ham. Oh, I believe in him. Yet then every other week there's a leak about, man, they're trying to close this deal. They're trying to move him.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's irritated too. I'm not saying he's necessarily a victim here, but like I understand his frustration. It's not all his fault.
That's right.
They want to all blame Westbrook because he's not perfect.
Right.
He's clearly not what he used to be.
Okay.
Sorry, Damien. I had to get that in there. But it's not all his fault either.
Now, Morgan, if you want to spend some time today, go back and look at the huddles of Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, and take a peek at what Russell Westbrook has done. Like,
right? Yeah. No, you're right, Damian. I'm so glad we can go look back at his past because that matters. I'm not saying he's not a future Hall of Famer. I'm not saying what he hasn't done for the game is absolutely incredible. And I've been a huge Russell Westbrook fan, not as big as you, but a huge Russell Westbrook fan. But man, Damian, it really irks me when guys cannot figure out how to adjust their game, their mentality, and buy into a new role because that's respecting basketball to the fullest. And he doesn't.
I also saw Phil Handy.
You're wrong. Also, what I'm saying is the huddle thing that you keep pointing out. He's done that same bit in the huddles his entire career.
I saw that clip today that you're talking about, and I thought this one looked different. Even Phil Handy was looking. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like,
because he hates them. We don't have to pretend like that's
fair, right?
He's been doing the same bit in the huddles his entire career. He just happens to hate.
You know what Damian sounds like? He sounds like those Draymond lovers that keep on trying to stick up for Draymond after punching a dude in the face.
Okay. It's on site, Morgan. It's on site. Okay. All right, Wednesday. Okay, Morgan. I'll see you in your little NBC studios.
Security.
But hey,
the other
Lakers vibes are bad.
They are
They
bad.
are very bad.
The other thing about this, and I'll defend my partner a little bit, they come up here talking about Westbrook like Kendrick Nunn is the answer. Like if Westbrook would just get out the way and let Kendrick Nunn play, we would be going to the chip.
But
no, you guys are good. It's not Westbrook's fault.
not.
You guys
It's not.
but here's the ultimate thing that the Lakers have going for them. I think we talked about this. I don't know if James brought it up. We talked about it like a week ago. They know the tank market is going to like get really hot and heavy, but well before the trade deadline. And someone's going to take Westbrook's deal and be willing to blow up their team because they want to lose as many games as possible. And it might be the Indiana deal that we've heard for the last year. It could wind up being that.
The tricky part is, though, they got to make it there. Like, if the deal comes up and
Lakers,
you're 12 games under 500, it might not even matter at that point.
Yeah, maybe you have to send him home. I mean, if it's going to be bad vibes, I don't know.
No, Damian, that may be an option.
I'm not saying I like that. I don't love what happened with John Wall last year, but I'm just, dude, the Lakers are trying to win. And if there's weirdness going on, this is preseason and we're talking about this.
Yeah.
It's preseason.
It's not good.
Petty ass LeBron at Summer League. Westbrook's at the same game. They don't even say hi to each other.
Again, not Westbrook's fault, Damian.
No.
LeBron. Well, let's just even blame it on LeBron because who cares?
It is on LeBron.
Exactly. And that's what's sad about all of this, because I think you sticking up for him, I appreciate it, because you do know there's going to be so many more people that pile on him when he doesn't deserve the full-on pile on. But you have to remember, too, he needs to be more aware of optics and understand that there are cameras on you. And how do you want to be remembered with your game, even as, in my opinion, as a leader and someone who has just been incredible on the floor for so long?
Lakers can leak stuff all day long about him, talking about him and trades, but he can't do anything.
What do you mean? He can do whatever he wants. He can leak stuff too. But I'm going to say your body language is still going to be, at the end of the day, what people look at and they go, oh, he didn't go in that huddle. He didn't go in that huddle and he's doing this. That's what people are going to look at.
My boy Russ had 3 incidents last night. That's crazy.
What are you talking about? The ball thing. That was classic.
The dodgeball match he had with McDaniel.
The cool part was he was actually out of bounds for one of those plays, and I don't know if the whistle blew, but I think he actually inbounded the ball to him.
Would have been hilarious.
Man, it's the most he's passed the ball in a while.
Hey, what?
Damn.
I was going to ask you about Stockton, but the truth is I don't give a damn about Stockton anymore. Deuce and Mo, their last visit here ever on the Tilo and Casey show. Check out Night Chat after every Kings game. It's the only place to go following Sacramento Kings games this season. Check them out on YouTube, Twitch, whatever your platform is. Did you want to add to that?
Oh, I mean, it's just, I brought this example up to someone recently. You know how on the weekend sometimes you watch Food Network? You turn on Food Network and you see how food's being made, and you're like,
yeah,
that looks good. The way it's plated, the way it's done. Like, I could make that, but you don't have the ingredients or the cooking skills. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan.
No.
We're iron chefs.
Talk that talk, Deuce. Talk that talk, Deuce.
Okay. I'm just joking. Relax, Morgan.
Uncomfortable.
Talk that talk.
They're gonna be making Salisbury steak TV dinners after every Kings game. Deuce and Mo, wherever you get podcasts from. We're back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, that's my favorite analogy ever. I love that so much.
Can I just add real fast though? There are people who work there that I do like.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I just
Chris Watkins is doing some of that. I like Chris Watkins.
I'm not petty, and we're done with this conversation. And
it's not petty. It's
let's
not
go back to Russ. Okay. So what about Russ? What didn't we like about him?
Oh, I have one thing. James Ham.
I heard you guys talking about him. I guess it was last night. I heard.
Oh yeah, because Ginger's got brought up, and yes. Here's my thing with Ham. This guy has 8 boats, 8,000 square foot mansion on some lake, and has the worst internet connection known to mankind. How is that possible?
He needs fiber.
Can he get fiber? He goes from 4K to dial-up like that.
But it's become a great bit. It's become a great bit on the show.
Did you hear yesterday?
Yes, it was right when he started it.
It was technically 3 minutes before he's supposed to start the show, and we brought him up, and he just froze. It was fantastic. One of the great moments in show history.
Amazing.
Oh my God. Well, you guys, you sound great. You look great in that studio. So congrats.
Thanks, man.
We just like I said, we're waiting for Deuce Mo to come bless the studio.
We'll come out there.
I know it's a strike, but come on, y'all
Yeah,
for sure.
It's more of a strike for you. So, all right, guys. Good talking with you.
All right, man.
y'all
Have a
take
good
care.
one, guys.
All right,
Thanks.
see ya.
Oh man, that's funny stuff. That's funny stuff. We're gonna get our guy on a little bit late.
Yeah. Running late, Brody. It's all good. It's all good.
Man, that wasabi smell is so strong.
Who got wasabi?
Me. These almonds.
Oh, I can't smell nothing. I got a terrible sense of smell. Terrible.
I think we got the best flavored almonds ever.
You know, I've been on this. I think I talked about. I've been on this peanut fix lately. For sure.
Man, we right back at it. Big thanks to Deuce and Mo for being with us. We got Sarah Hodges coming up here in just a little bit. We got Matt George on the way. And we welcome in Joe Patrick, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Of course, it's the San Francisco 49ers and the Atlanta Falcons coming up this weekend. Joe, we appreciate you so much for joining us. Let's jump right into this. That Falcons offense against the top defense in the league, man, you've suffered some setbacks. That offense have suffered some setbacks over the last couple of weeks. How you think they're going to fare against the 49ers defense?
Yeah, I mean, this has been one of the toughest stretch of the years for the toughest stretches of the year for the Falcons, going up against obviously Tampa Bay last week. And then I personally think that this San Francisco defense is probably even a notch better than Tampa Bay. So I think the Falcons definitely have their work cut out for them. They got something going toward the end of that game, last week, but it's really the kind of first and second quarters, the first half of games that have plagued them, and 3 of the 5 games they've played this year. So I know that that's something they'll really be focused on. It's something I think they're going to have to score some points and keep it competitive, obviously, and just keep it close late to give themselves a chance to win this thing.
Yeah, Joe, one of the things with that Falcons offense that has been surprising for me personally is how successful they are running the football. They're one of the top rushing teams in the game so far this year. I know they lost Cordell Patterson. That's a big blow to what they do. But do they still have other people ready to fill in and continue that run game the way they've had it so far this season?
Yeah, and that's what's you're totally right. And Arthur Smith, the head coach, said that he saw something in this offensive line last year. They made some adjustments and changes late in the season scheme-wise that really seemed to help them, although it wasn't really showing up on the stat sheet toward the end of last year. But yeah, you're right. This year they've just really kind of picked up where they left off, and it's been one of the best running attacks in the NFL. And it's down to this offensive line. It's really, if you look at the PFF grades along this offensive line, it's some of the best in the NFL. And I think that it's all the more striking the fact that, without Cordell Patterson, they're reverting to a 5th-round draft pick this year out of BYU, Tyler Algier, who's getting the majority of the carries, and he's kind of splitting them with an undrafted free agent from a couple of years ago, and Caleb Huntley, who is a local guy here from the Atlanta area. So it's actually even the more impressive that they've been able to kind of keep up this kind of power running. It's the way that they really identify as a team now, which is very interesting with Marcus Mariota as a quarterback who can also use his legs as well. And I think that his scrambling ability really opens up this running game as well. And so they're going to have to be successful in that area of the field if they want to have a chance to win this game.
And that backfield, that sounds like the 49ers. Just have Arthur Smith, just have him cross the field and ask Kyle Shanahan for some tips about just replacing running backs over and over and over again, because that Kyle lives for that moment.
Well, hey, I'll tell you guys, like Arthur Smith is just full of praise for the coaching staff that, Kyle Shanahan and his staff, especially D'Amico Ryan, put together over there in San Francisco. So I do think he has a lot of admiration and maybe even like looks up to the way that he's been able to kind of replace guys in, certain situations.
You tell us about Drake London, because that's the brother I'm worried about right there. The 49ers they've taken some hits in the secondary here. As great as the defense have been, we point this out regularly, Joe. It's like, yeah, this defense has been phenomenal, been the best or one of the best in the league. But every week they losing somebody, or in some cases they're losing a couple of somebodies. Drake London's been really good for the Falcons so far, and I'm starting to wonder if that's something to keep an eye on this weekend for the 49ers.
Yeah, he has. I mean, I think he's surpassed pretty much everybody's expectations so far. There were a lot of question marks about him when he was drafted. Is he going to be a guy who's actually truly going to be, an elite X receiver in this league? Is he going to be a guy who has enough speed to get down the field and kind of beat his corners in one-on-one situations? And he's certainly shown that, he's got the ability to win in those one-on-one situations, which is great. I also think that just generally when you look at kind of his profile, that's really the identity that this Falcons team, this new Falcons regime under general manager Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith want to kind of build around, as being a big physical team. And they've done that the past 2 years in the draft with their first picks, drafting a couple pass catchers, one in Drake London, obviously, and the other one in Kyle Pitts, who are both just mismatches. And, this Falcons team doesn't run out a lot of wide receivers. So there was a game earlier this season where they only dressed 4 wide receivers because they used a lot of big packages. But when you've got receivers like those 2 guys I just mentioned, it can create mismatches for teams who aren't used to coming up against those types of players.
Joe, one of the things that's been a little surprising to me, because the Falcons sit at 2-3 right now. Coming into the season, I thought they were one of the worst teams in football. But we talked about them being able to run the ball super effectively early on in this season, which has helped out a lot. And it seems like from the outside looking in, this defense has performed a little better than I thought they would coming into this season. How is that look? Is it what I've been seeing? Is that accurate, or is it a little smoke and mirrors? Because I think the defense is actually pretty good. They swarm around. I like this Falcons defense.
Yeah, they're not the perfect group. They're kind of like, I don't know if misfits is the right word. They're certainly young, but there's definitely a different edge to this group this year than what we've seen really the past few years, which has been a defense that's kind of aging a bit, a defense that, is just frankly has not been very effective. This defense still kind of gives up the yardage, but the thing that makes them stand out compared to recent years is their ability to make plays and create turnovers, and just the general speed that I think helps them facilitate them doing that. They drafted obviously very fast players on the defense, headlined by the second round pick from this year, Troy Anderson, who looks like he could be in to start in place of their regular middle linebacker, Michael Walker, who could miss this week. He's missed both days of practices so far with a groin injury. So Troy Anderson is a guy who I think he ran the fastest ever time at the combine this year, and really was a project player. He's only played linebacker for 1 year in college at Montana State, and is now looking like he could be in line to start a game in the NFL this week. But he kind of personifies this kind of new edge that this Falcons defense has, which is one that really flies around, gets a lot more pressure on the quarterback than they did last year, and generally is just able to make plays and do enough defensively to give themselves a chance to win games.
Joe Patrick, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Joe, I wasn't very high on the NFC South coming into the season. I actually thought Carolina had a chance to win it because I'm an idiot. What is this division right now? I really thought Atlanta was going to steal that game against Tampa last week, and we all know the call and how that influenced the game and the momentum of the game and all of that. But I thought it was, despite the 15 points on the offensive end, it was a pretty strong outing from Atlanta. I can't make heads or tails of this division.
Yeah, it's really, I don't think it's playing out the way that anybody thought. I mean, I think a lot of people thought the Saints were going to be a lot more kind of impressive than they have been, obviously, so far this year. And, the interesting thing about this Falcons team, I think a lot of people would think that these guys are crazy when you hear them talk, when you're in the locker room and, you hear them kind of, maybe not on the mic, but, kind of, off on the side talking about how, they are planning to win the division. And, that just sounds like crazy, because I think, frankly, a lot of people were thinking along the same things, that this was going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. And I'll tell you, after that roughing the passer last week, Arthur Smith wasn't saying a lot about it. No one around the building is really saying a lot about it on the record, but I know for a fact that not only are they just upset about the call itself, but I feel like they want to exact revenge on the Bucks for the way that game played out. And they have, funnily enough, they get them the last game of the season. So I think that, this division is wide open. I don't think the Panthers are going to be in for it. I'm sorry to say.
No,
but,
they're very much not.
I think the Falcons definitely see an opportunity here that may not have been as evident early on.
Yeah, hey, Arthur Blank got to tell Arthur Smith, say what you got to say. I'll pay the fine, because that was horrendous last Sunday. That was uncalled for, man.
Yeah, and it's like, what do you say? Everybody knows that it was just the wrong call, the wrong thing. And at some point, I think it's actually the right move to not really, be so focused on that. You really just do have to get past it somehow. But you can tell. I mean, we talked to Grady Jarrett today, and you can tell that he's still irked, and he knew the questions were going to come about it, and he's just not kind of giving them any attention at all.
Great stuff, Joe, man. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us. Enjoy the game this weekend.
Hey, happy to do it. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
You
Take
bet.
care, Joe.
That's Joe Patrick, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Marcus Mariota has been all right.
He's been all right. Didn't he?
Yeah, no, that's it.
Didn't he?
That's it.
Didn't he throw for like under 100 the other day, like against Cleveland?
Sounds right. Oh, did he do that against Cleveland?
And they won. They won the game, but I think it was under 100.
Yeah, that was he's not costing them games.
No, that's the big thing.
He's not costing them games.
Not turning over, giving back, breaking interceptions or fumbles or stuff like that. I still look at it where Snyder's defense shouldn't be losing to Marcus Mariota.
Yes.
With no Cordell Patterson.
With no Nick Bosa, probably.
Yeah.
With no Manuel Mosley.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, I get it. I don't think the Falcons team is too impressive, but what's the line you like to use so regularly? They pros too.
They are.
And they're in position. Like, Atlanta's season's far from, like, that division stinks.
It's nasty.
Division's awful.
That's nasty.
Imagine being dumb enough to think Carolina would do something in that division. The division's terrible.
Why not? The division ain't no good.
No, and they're the worst. What's that say?
Hey,
that division's no good, and they're the worst.
Hell, Carolina ain't even out of it.
Oh, they're far. Well, we're only 5 weeks into the season, but yeah, no, it's true. They're
like 2 games back.
They're
right?
sitting with the Raider record. They're far from out of it. I don't know.
Niners defense shit.
I
understand.
agree.
I hear you.
I agree.
They shouldn't lose to Mariota. You're not even throwing the ball.
I agree. Just watch that kid too. Watch Drake London.
Watch Drake Jackson. We got our own.
Oh
Drake.
man, that's true.
We got our own Drake. We got our own Drizzy.
And we got Drake Barr.
Well, we did in this preseason.
I just realized I don't have the thing to hit.
Wow. And I didn't send it over.
I don't have the music. Oh no, we don't have a Drake Bar. Oh, this damn studio. I don't even think about I don't even think about stuff like that. We got to get the Drake hotkey on here. Damn it.
Oh, and it happened again. When we come back, I'm pissed off all over again.
Oh, well, good. All right. I don't think Sarah's going to be super pleased when she joins us either. I was telling some jokes on social
You were. That was uncalled for.
She started it.
That was uncalled for, Damian.
Sarah Hodges joins us next. Matt George right after that. Steelo
And
and
I'm hot.
Casey. Oh, turn the air back on. It's Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Drake Barr, DNP. You need to get up.
Sore ankle. No, I'm okay. You can go.
Sore ankle.
Let's see. Do I have anything? No, I kind of talked about it yesterday. I don't have to talk about it.
I listened back to it. It sounded fine.
I thought
the 13th round. I thought it sounded fine.
Yeah. I think she said screaming, but Clarissa didn't think she said. That's what's hilarious. Clarissa. That's what's hilarious. Once you realize she said screaming. Is what Clarissa said. You see Alvarez did it again. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Cinemar, I don't think so. No, because he's on Fox and Fox has the pay-per-view. No, I think he fights. That's right. He is on the undercard. That's right. Him and Darrell are on the undercard. That's not bad. That's not bad. You're right. That's a good call, Cinemar. No. We're gonna I gotta talk to Damian. Try and figure that out because it does help being in here with all the guests and stuff like that. So maybe it's another day. We're not here. Maybe it's Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. Tomorrow I don't think we'll be here. I'm trying to think. Maybe tomorrow I might be there. Maybe we come in tomorrow. Yeah. I need one of those, man. I need one of them Alvarez's, man. I need a Jordan over in San Francisco. That's what I need. No, not right now. They ain't got it. They need a lot. They need a lot to be able to compete. Well, I'll take that back. They need one more starter and about 2 bats. Oh, they ain't got no stars. Logan Webb is the closest thing. Okay, big dog. Hey, you know what it is, man. You know what it is. Oh, JR. Okay. Jay Hardaway. My bad, big dog. All right. What's up, big dog? You know what it is, man. We about to come into that Mercedes-Benz arena, dome, whatever it is. It's about to be crazy. It's about to be crazy. I already know my people out there in Atlanta. They go hard for the Niners. They've been doing that since the mid-90s. So we about to be all over. Damn, I wanted to go to that game this year too. Because I gotta get back to Atlanta, man. For showing love. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Yeah, that's I don't like the fact they went there. Oh my gosh. Whew. Hey Jesse, is EPL we back this weekend? Well, look, what kind of league is this? They don't even know when they're back or not. What is this? Okay, let's go. You know, my boys, PSG, they tied the other day. I did see that. Oh, man. What is that?
Yeah, we cooking.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah, RIG. Yeah. We cooking.
Lexi helped it out.
Yeah, y'all go like us at D-Lo and KC on IG. Don't know.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Did I send the link to Sarah? I didn't.
She did. She said she ran a little late.
Okay, that's fine. We need a few minutes to do some bits anyways. Bits. We've got radio bits to do.
That boy Dan came with that fear of God. So don't sleep on that. Damn, that boy. Come on,
I don't know why I'm smiling like a jackass in that picture.
That boy came with the fear of God.
Essentials. It's essentials. It's not the same.
He didn't even wear it. Why you hurt him like that?
It's essentials.
Why you do that to him, man?
It's essentials.
You could have had a Pro Club white tee. You could have had a Hanes V-neck. You didn't have to go with the fear of God.
It's been a while since I can't wait for Wednesday where I could dress.
You can wear a suit?
On Wednesday, yeah.
I don't think I'm wearing a suit.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that on Wednesday. The first game. Yeah, no, I'll wear something dope on Wednesday. I think I'm gonna leave straight from here, so I'll probably wear it here.
Oh,
It came, didn't it? Oh, that was for Friday's game. Yeah, that was for Friday's game. Okay. Sarah Hodges, CBS 13, set to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. While we wait for her to join us, we'll talk Raiders with her. She's probably not going to want to. We'll talk about the Kings and their win last night. Also got Matt George set to join us. We got our call of the night here, KC.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
1-1 to Jake. Here's the pitch, and that's a towering drive deep down the right field line. This one's way back. It's gonna go! A long home run to right field for Jake Cronenworth. And the Padres add on. It is 5-3, San Diego in the 8th.
That ball almost got into the second deck. A big boy shot for Jake Cronenworth.
Who edited this? Who did that? Who did that? I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Hey, man, just whatever, man. They wasn't. Hey, man, 111 wins, man.
Apparently, the call of the game brought to you by Toys R Us. A bunch of kids here in charge of
Did
the
you know
sound.
Toys R Us is back?
Is it really?
Yeah, Macy's. I was there yesterday. Toys R Us is back in Macy's.
So there's a Toys R Us section in Macy's?
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Toys R Us is back.
Cool. All right.
Hey, 1-1 series.
Yeah.
Dodgers, Padres. I still think the Dodgers handle business and they win that series.
You're just hoping they don't.
Absolutely, I'm hoping they don't. One of the things I'm concerned with, well, I'm not concerned. I'm actually encouraged by. If I was a Dodgers fan, I'd be concerned, is they rely heavily on that bullpen. And if you're talking about winning a World Series, you're going to wear those guys down. Dave Roberts pitches them all the time. They need a starter or two that can go 7, 8, 9 innings in the playoffs. I don't think they have it. Urias, maybe. Kershaw's not an 8-inning pitcher anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do we have anything on our air today?
No, the Yankees
Nothing?
game got postponed.
Nothing on the air.
Yeah.
Man. All right.
Listen to us anyway, though. It's all good. Hey, so I'll tell you what I was really upset about in just a second.
Okay.
But
is it that Brett Favre's not in jail?
Well,
I'd be upset about
definitely
that.
upset about that.
Brett Favre should be in jail. That's your
Don't
daily
forget.
reminder.
Yeah, don't forget Brett Favre should be in
If you'd like to sponsor our daily reminder that Brett Favre should be in jail, you could contact our very good friend Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. Again, that's Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com.
Lock him up.
Not Rich.
No,
Brett.
not Rich.
Yeah,
Brett.
lock Brett Favre
up. Post game on FS1 with A-Rod, Big Papi, Frank Thomas, and Dontrell Willis. Jazz always finds it so hilarious that these grown-ass men call him Big Papi. We all do it. It is pretty hilarious when you think about it. But damn, they're good. They are really good. I know people don't watch baseball, but low-key, their post-game shows for FS1, and I love TBS with Pedro and Jimmy Rollins, sometimes Gary Sheffield. Their post-game show, I actually really look forward to the postseason and these post-game shows. They're both really, really good.
That's what you were mad about?
No, I was just mentioning that.
Oh, okay.
No. They're good. What I'm mad about is Uncle V. At Nani. Sacramento Kings sent out a tweet.
Okay.
Watch Lakers versus Kings live on Friday at 7 p.m. Kings.com/live. Please note, stream is restricted to fans who live within 75 miles of the Golden One Center. This can't keep happening, bro. Now, I know we're going into the regular season. It's not going to happen. It's all about next year at this point. Nah, man. You can't. No. I know everybody, they got their back channels. They go to Xfinity, watch the visiting. The Sacramento Kings need
I don't
a
know how
home
people
broadcast.
got the visiting thing to work. I tried to watch the Suns broadcast. It didn't work.
Or on Xfinity on the TV. They have a free league pass and you can watch
on the TV.
On the TV
channel.
So you can watch that. But man, come on, man. They can't keep doing this. I don't care if they're playing Maccabi next year. That needs to be on NBC California.
You need to stop throwing shade at Maccabi.
All right, sorry. Tel Aviv. I don't care if they're playing Tel Aviv.
That just feels dangerous. I'm trying to.
You got to stop this. NBC Sports apps. I know they're saying that. Man, be able to turn on the TV on 721 on Xfinity and watch the game and hear Mark Jones.
I still can't watch it today.
And see Morgan Reagan and Drapes. And then Deuce hops in with his what is it? The Cisco question of the night. Deuce hops in. I want to see all my people on TV.
Thank God it's not the WebEx thing again.
Oh, that's what I meant. It's not. I don't know.
I don't know. But that was a bold marketing strategy by that company to say, yeah, we're in the WebEx studios, and it looks like James Ham seconds before he freezes. Like, is James Ham brought to you by WebEx also? Like, man, I mean, if WebEx wants to sponsor D'Lo and KC, you can. It's just, man,
I don't need to see my man Kenny Thomas.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? I don't need to be seeing stream. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in. I don't need to be seeing that. I need a broadcast, man. Come on now.
I remember when Mark said, yeah, we'll see you opening night. I was like, Mark, there's like 3 games left. What do you mean? We're going to see us opening. What the hell are we going to do the next 2 games? Mark's like, what do you think? Wait, they'll just use G-Man. I was like, wait a minute. If the game is here, they're just going to use G-Man. Okay. Yeah, that's trash, dude. So on a Friday night, I have to sit with a laptop in my hand, buffering the thing over and over again.
No kind of DVR feature. I can't go back and watch the game if I want to. This is like 1975. I have to be there to actually watch.
And not only would I have to be there, I'd have to be there the whole time.
Yeah. Come on, man. Uncle V, come on. We can't have this next year. Can't have it next year.
So I got 360 inch OLED TVs, and I've only watched Kings basketball on my iPhone. Jeez, man.
Come on, man. Y'all big time. Like I said, the Sacramento Kings, they need to treat themselves like big time if they want everybody else to treat them like big time.
That's really frustrating. That's really, really frustrating.
You guys are better than that.
You sort of ruined my day. No wonder you're mad.
I was hot.
I didn't get that.
When I saw that stupid tweet.
I didn't get that tweet. I'd be mad.
I mean, it's not their fault for tweeting it out. They're trying to get the word out, but it's the principality of the situation.
Yeah, it's not a good look. That's infuriating. Kings win a rough one last night, but I guess it's kind of something that we've just glossed over. They did win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got down. They played like crap. They fought back. And Deuce pointed this out a few moments ago. That run at the end of the first half was major. It kind of set the tone for what they did in the second half. It cut a double-digit lead. I think it was down to 3 at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they came out and played. They had a solid third. They had a really good third quarter. Fourth quarter was a little bit. That's where you saw the Sam Merrills and the KZ Akpalas, and I think those guys played the final 7, 8, 9 minutes or so of the game. But point being, as bad as it was, they did win.
Yeah.
And I know it's 3-0 preseason, and that means nothing. And if you real ones are keeping track, it's 7 straight preseason wins.
Boys on fire.
But I told you there wasn't going to be a game that went by that I didn't take something from, and I'm going to take something from this one. And it's the fact that they played like absolute garbage, but made adjustments, fought back, and wound up winning the game.
And I know they're going up against second stringers,
guys who are going to be cut.
But I'll take a positive spin here, and I'll say, hey, they didn't have their best stuff to start the game, but they stayed with it, and they were able to overcome that and get a victory.
Mm-hmm.
Would they be able to overcome it if Devin Booker and Chris Paul were out there? Maybe instead of 11-point lead, it's a 21-point lead. I don't know.
But do they start like that?
Probably not. Well, I shouldn't say that. They might.
Well, I mean, you
start
could. I mean, and here's the thing, though. Like, there's gonna be nights like this.
Mhm.
Like in like real basketball games. It
Yeah.
could be next Wednesday. It could be next Saturday. When I think is it the Clippers that are here
Clippers.
in game 2?
Yep.
There's gonna be nights where they're not good. There's gonna be nights where all of the good stuff that we've seen, all of the, there's going to be a night where Keegan Murray has single digits. I know that's hard to fathom right now. It's going to happen. And
That's not going to happen.
maybe, well, okay, maybe that was going a little too far. Maybe that won't happen. But it's a question of how does this team regroup and how do they handle those moments?
Yeah. Another positive I could take out of yesterday was, I mentioned this, I talked about it. They weren't lights out from me on the arc or anything like that. They struggled early on, still finished with 14 threes. I think this team on the regular is going to be 15 to 17 threes a night. And that's a far cry from, I think it was 11 last year, maybe 13 a game, or was it 11?
I don't know. Jesse literally just told us earlier this week. I think it was 13.
Yeah.
I think it was 13. It was well below the average, though.
Yeah. I think they're gonna average like anywhere between 15 to 17 threes a night. Made threes a night.
There were 14 of 39 last night. That's 35%. Yeah, just the numbers that we had seen in the first 2 games weren't there last night at all. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. Matt George set to join us coming up here in about 10 to 12 minutes or so. I'm sure he's got plenty of thoughts on last night's game. His beloved Keegan Murray not starting 11.4. Was the average per game last year. So lower than I thought.
To save their lives.
11.4 made threes last year. I think Will Z had some stats on that.
Shout out to Will Z.
Yeah, Will Z did some work for ESPN 1320.net. And I'm a free throw shooting boy. Like I just we could talk about 3-point shooting. We could talk about turnovers, assists, all of that. I mean, the assist number actually wasn't terrible last night. It was 24. It's 29. Did they have 29 assists? Oh, no. I'm sorry. They had 29 personal fouls last night.
Jeez.
They had 24 assists. I think they just called another foul during the last commercial break. But, man, them missed free throws, man, 19 of 29. 10 missed free throws last night in a game the Sacramento Kings won by 1. The Phoenix Suns missed 4.
That's how you shoot free throws right there.
And that was 35 attempts to 29 attempts. So this wasn't a small sample size.
Right.
They were living at the foul line. It's why the game was played until midnight.
The interesting thing about it was played midnight for you. Like, that was way past your bedtime.
Oh man, it was 2 a.m. for me.
The interesting thing about it, I'm looking at the numbers, and you look at the players, the individual players. No one shot that bad from the foul line except for Davion was 0 for 2. But there was 1 for 2 from Monk, 1 for 2 for TD, 4 for 5 from Herter, 5 of 7 for Fox, 3 of 6 for Barnes, 1 of 2 of Sabonis. Like, it's not like anybody was shooting terrible from the free throw line, but like your point, you put it all together, that's 65% from the free throw line?
Mm-hmm.
See, and there can't be any 1 of 2s. We need more 2 of 2s. Get to the line, knock down your free throws, man.
What do you think of Malik so far this preseason?
He's been cool. He's been all right. It seems like while he's used to coming off the bench and playing off the bench, he still seems like he's trying to find his groove a little bit. But he's been okay. I think there's room for him to do more, but maybe the playing time hasn't been there. But he's been all right.
I think with Malik, it's like if the shot's falling, golden. If not,
right,
that's it. Like there's like this is just not much.
And he's the type of guy that he can have a 0 for 5 first half
Mhm.
and then go 5 of 6.
Yeah, he
in
ain't
the
gonna
third
stop
quarter.
shooting though.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna
Yeah,
stop, and he
yeah.
can just turn that 0 for 5 into 5 of 6
Mhm.
out of nowhere, and that's kind of exciting.
I'll take that,
Yeah,
by the way.
it's exciting
I'll
to see.
absolutely take that.
You know what I mean? So,
Because he'll do it within games.
Mhm.
Previous individuals who did that, it might be 3-4 games before you see them hit.
that's their daily shot at Buddy.
I didn't say nobody's name. You did. I didn't say nobody's name. That was my attempt at growth. That was my attempt at maturity. And you blurted out his name.
If you want to sponsor this daily segment, Buddy Shot of the Day, email Rich at Ripley.
No,
Rich
you'll get it.
Ripley
There it
at
is.
Odyssey.com.
There it is. Yep. If you're Buddy Hield's daily shot.
Hey, I got
Rich Ripley's email is going nuts right now. Everybody wants to get in on this
who's
one.
that? Brian Cruz. He going.
Brian Cruz got a business. He's like, wait a minute. Y'all don't mention my business to take shots at Buddy? Oh, yeah, we do that.
Oh man.
Buddy's gonna score like 40 in game 1 or something.
Yeah, Buddy. Good luck in Indiana, man. I mean that. Do your thing. Do your thing. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. How do you feel about Davion's preseason?
Like kind of similar to the way I felt last year when I didn't know what he was doing or what he was supposed to be doing.
Mhm.
I feel in this it's 100%. I get it. They're all learning their role with this roster and this coaching staff and this approach to basketball. Like they're all learning, even Fox and Sabonis, they are. I don't feel like we've seen the aggressive Davion that we saw last year when De'Aaron was out, which I guess it's understandable, especially given the way Keegan has, played in the first 2 games. And then, last night was just rocky for everybody. I don't know that's one guy that I'm a little worried about headed into game 1. I don't feel like he has his footing on this team at all.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think it's super important that he does.
Yeah, I agree with you. I want to see a little bit more from Davion than what I've seen so far in this preseason. Well, I agree. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, because you didn't want to say it because you're a coward and you wanted me to say it. No, that's fine. I'll do it. I'll point it out.
Like I got love for Davion, man. If you don't, I can't.
No, that's not true. You know, we both got love for Davion.
No,
but
we
yeah, it's been a little.
do. But if we're being honest,
it's been
a little
rocky.
disappointing, especially like the offseason that we saw him having and the hopes and expectations that we have. I can say, I wanted to see him balling out in this preseason, and he hasn't. To me, he hasn't been bad. He just hasn't really done much of anything.
You know what I wanted Davion's presence to be this season, like this, even preseason. I wanted it to be what Keegan did. We're like, what I mean is Keegan, like it pops, it stands out. Everything he's done is stood out.
Right.
That's what I wanted Davion to be.
Yeah.
I wanted everything Davion did this preseason, this training camp, to stand out. And it's been the exact opposite. It's just like
he's just
you look
there.
for him.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there he is. Yeah, he's looking for him. And part of that, I think, is because Davion's Davion's identity last year was he was the dog on defense, right? And well, now you got a defense that's a lot more competent than it was last year. And you've got KZ Okpala in on the defensive, really highlighted. You're highlighting what KZ Okpala is doing on the defense. Then you've got, the golden child that's Keegan Murray, who, he stepped up on LeBron. He stepped up on Dame. Like, okay, he's out there too. So the part of Davion's game that was really magnified, we're magnifying on 2 other people. And so it diminishes. Oh, well, we saw Davion. We know what Davion could do. Like, that's cool. Yeah. And then now that he's not doing anything different, it's just like, oh, he's just kind of there.
I think there's a possibility that he's been hurt maybe the most by the lack of consistency in the rotations in the preseason. Not Mike Brown's fault or anything. He's just trying to figure different stuff out. And I think that has contributed to Davion not finding a groove. And I say that to say, in the regular season, he will have that consistent group that he's going to go in there with and those consistent minutes that he can rely on. And I think he'll find more of a groove in the regular season.
Yeah, I'm looking back. I don't have it was a little more difficult for me to take notes last night because I was really having trouble, with the stream for the
take
first
notes
half.
on your computer as you tried to watch the game on the computer and all this other stuff.
That too. But Keegan, Alex, Lynn, and Terrence Davis, they checked in at the 6:35 mark against the Blazers. Davion checked in about a minute and a half after that. So let's bring Matt George in here. He's here.
By the way, Sarah Hodges, she's ducking that fade today.
That's all
she's
right.
Ducking that fade.
Oh yeah, hey Sarah Hodges, they ain't right back. They ain't right back, Sarah Hodges.
I ain't gonna do that to my girl, Sarah. She's busy lady. She's handling business. She said she wants to pull up tomorrow. So
okay.
Well,
tomorrow's show. You thought today's show was loaded. Tomorrow's show was loaded. But we've got the main event, the icon, the showstopper, Matt George with us, host of Locked On Kings and ABC 10. Matty, what's up, man?
If I did have one of those 97 wrestling nicknames that everybody has, the Game, the Cerebral Assassin, I think mine might be the consolation prize. It's like we could have had Sarah Hodges. Well, we got Matt George though. Tomorrow's more loaded. Don't worry.
The consolation prize. Start calling him the consolation.
Yeah, I got to be honest, Matt. That does kind of sound like an Attitude Era nickname. Like, here comes Christian, the consolation prize.
I would be in a tag team with like Eugene.
Oh God,
that's the tag team that always loses, but everybody likes.
That's crazy. Eugene got over.
It did.
Eugene was a star.
Eugene and The Rock were great together.
Eugene got over.
Eugene.
All right. Well, this was a useful minute and a half start to our conversation with the consolation prize, Matt George. Let's do this. Let's reset, Matt. There's a lot we want to talk about. We were just talking about Davion Mitchell. Anxious to get your thoughts on him and his play in the preseason so far. Of course, we want you to weigh in on KZ Okpala and Keegan Murray. What we saw last night, the final preseason game coming up on Friday, and of course the regular season getting underway on Wednesday. So we'll talk Kings basketball. We'll go commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll return with Matt George here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. It's very problematic, but they did it so well, it worked. Like it was like, no, we're gonna this is inspirational. Yeah, cheering for Eugene. What's up, man?
What's up? Long time no talk to.
Yeah, we missed you last week.
I'm gone for a week, and you moved to a new building. What's going on?
Dude. Well, that's why you missed us last week. We had to come in here and do a bunch of stuff for this. So let's see. You're almost. I mean, it'll probably change a little bit with the season, but you're pretty regularly Thursdays. We'll probably always be here. Like we're kind of set a schedule where we'll be at home sometimes and we'll be here sometimes.
You want a picture of me for your wall or something? I could do like a Renaissance oil painting, but my face.
I'd love that. There's nothing I'd love more.
Make the wall a little more white.
I look. Yeah, it's awfully wide in here, man.
Welcome to Kaiser Permanente.
That's it. They're missing an opportunity to sponsor this thing, man.
By the way, me and Jesse were talking about that. We'll have to be in here on Fridays because the way the show, all the guests and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be here on Friday.
Okay.
So tomorrow, if you're down, I can
no, we were gonna be here tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we needed to be here tomorrow. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
So is it just a 2-mic setup? Or are you guys gonna have like guests in studio eventually? And
yeah, you can come in anytime you want to.
Hell yeah, I'm in.
Absolutely.
I might be moving close to your neck of the woods, D-Lo.
Oh, let's go.
We're working on it. It's a work in progress.
Yeah, do that.
I'm the only one staying true to the city, man. Damn.
You in Elk Grove, bro.
Sacramento County.
What are you talking
It's
about?
in Sacramento County.
Like, bro, you moved
I mean,
out
it's one exit up. What are you talking about?
You made it and moved out. Kenny made it and moved
It's
out.
literally one freeway exit up. It's South Sacramento.
Okay, well, one stoplight down is Rockland. What you want me to do about it?
You way out of the county. You way out of
I ain't even
Sacramento.
close.
We
Way
plaster,
out.
baby.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm staying true to my roots, Casey, because that's where I grew up. That was my.
Yeah, you out here, right?
Okay.
That was me. Wood Creek.
Where'd you go to high
You
school
went to
out here?
Wood Creek, right?
Wood Creek, 2012, baby Timberwolves.
2012. God.
That's a young dude.
Jesus.
That's a young dude. I was out there celebrating San Francisco Giants World Series championships and had a kid in 2012.
You had a kid in 2012?
Yeah, that's when Reese was born.
Oh man, good year, great year.
Hey, relax, securing the Bagley. You know, hey, we right there. We all come from Sacramento. Well, not all of us. If you're on the east side of Elk Grove, I don't know where you come from, but over by the 5 side, we all come from Sac, man. Come on, man, stop playing with us.
My wife works in Elk Grove. We were actually considering Elk Grove for a while, so we haven't. I might come closer to KC. You never know.
I'm driving. No, come hang out by me.
I would. You got a house next to you? You got a down payment?
Well,
you want a neighbor to hate?
the house across the street from me is for sale. That feels like way too close for us to be together,
Absolutely
but
not. Absolutely not.
right across the street.
D'Lo's house would go up the week I moved in. Like, I can't do this. He'd be so happy to be in the studio.
I'd be having Matt. We're going to the game tonight, right? You're driving. Matt's driving to the game tonight.
You guys will be the new James Ham and Doug Christie.
Yeah,
driving to the game.
No, we're not going to the game together, D'Lo, because you leave at halftime.
That's true.
You gotta go to bed.
That's true.
Although I'm pissed off. The one Sac State game I didn't go to. There's only been 2, but the one Sac State game I didn't go to, of course, is like D'Lo and KC night. I'm like, geez, no wonder.
It was KC with D'Lo night.
Oh, sorry, KC night featuring Friend.
That was it. KC plus
I
one.
The consolation prize.
No, don't listen to the media because I couldn't get into the same places that D'Lo was in.
He's lying. They gave him a tour of like Hornet Stadium. Like we were, where is Kenny? Like he was literally just behind us. I swore you must have went and got something to eat.
I was trying to get over. I couldn't get over there. They're like, you're not authorized, sir.
That is not what happened.
Is this the Rock movie?
Black Adam.
Yeah, this is either Black Adam or Black Panther. I don't know.
Black Adam is one of the first Rock movies that I'm genuinely not excited about, and I can't figure out why.
I'm worried about it because he's been wanting to do this movie so long. And the last movie I remember him really, really being passionate about was Hercules.
Oh yeah, that wasn't good.
And he was all in on Hercules, and then it was like, oh.
I think I just have a hard time. This is so stupid because it's a superhero movie, but I have a hard time believing The Rock is a superhero because The Rock is a superhero, if that makes sense. Like, just let him be himself. Yeah, it's like let him come out in his wrestling gear. I believe it. Don't put him in some super suit.
Put him in his Hollywood Brock wrestling gear.
Absolutely.
Though, leather pants and belt buckle. Are we ever coming back from commercial or no? We just
damn.
Oh my God. Yo, how much money is this station making? God damn. The longest commercial break ever.
D'Lo and KC sells out.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, all right. Hey, we were talking about Will Z. Did you see the Kings use this tweet
today? No.
Yeah, they used it as their graphic.
Shout out Will Z.
Will Z doing that work, baby.
Hell, I use Will Z's stats in half my podcast nowadays.
Hell, Will Z works with us. He just doesn't get paid. We just haven't told anybody that. Hey, how come there's a big spike on our website? I don't know. Who's Will Z? Oh, that's my alter ego.
You know Will.
D'Lo is actually short for William. That's where Will Z comes from.
These new Lakers jerseys suck.
Did their city edition come out?
I can't imagine this is it, but they're just black. Those are trash.
Mamba jerseys again.
Not even that. It's just like it's whack. They should be embarrassed if that's what's theirs.
Yo, this is incredible. Like, why did you say this happened? Oh, all right. Okay. Well, God bless you if you're on the radio and you sat through that. Good Lord, we appreciate you for being with us. Y'all have made ESPN 1320 very popular.
Ballin'.
Thank you so much for being with us as we welcome in our buddy Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast and of ABC 10. Matt, so many things we want to talk about here. Let's just bring you into a conversation we were having just moments ago about Davion Mitchell. Anything stand out to you about his preseason?
His shooting and offense has not been what I was hoping for. I think we're hoping for a carryover from how he ended last season, but I'm also not surprised by it considering he played 40 minutes a game and De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and everybody else except for Harrison Barnes was out basically. So offensively, I've been a bit disappointed, but I haven't really lingered on it because I've been really pleased with how the Mike Brown system has remained consistent throughout the entire game, regardless of who's running the point, even when Matthew Dellavedova is out there. So I like how Malik Monk and Davion Mitchell, when they've come into the game and Fox and Huerter have gone out, I mean, you notice that it's not Fox and Huerter on the floor, but they're trying to play the same way. Mitchell's still trying to push the tempo. I thought he's run really well in the pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis. I think the best pick and roll connection so far this preseason, and I'm not just talking about Sabonis's monster dunk, but the best pick and roll combinations have been between the two of them. Now, Fox and Sabonis have had some good ones as well, including the oop that Fox threw to Sabonis that way more people would be talking about had Sabonis not had his dunk in that Portland game. So I wouldn't say I'm disappointed necessarily by Davion in preseason. I probably wanted to see a bit more, but from my backup point guard to be able to come in and continue to run the offense the same way, I'm pleased with that.
Matt, do you think he's been affected by the inconsistent nature of the rotations and who comes in? And by no fault, it's not a knock on Mike Brown, but it's preseason, his first year. He's trying to integrate some new guys and integrate some things and trying to see what works. Because of that, Davion maybe doesn't get the same guys that he's playing with all the time or the same timestamps when he comes in the game, all that stuff. Do you think that has contributed to maybe the inconsistent nature of his play this preseason?
Possibly, but I wouldn't necessarily use that as an excuse because for the most part, he's played with that same 5 bench unit, with the exception of this Phoenix game. The Phoenix game got a little out of control because of Rashawn and Keegan being out, and those are 2 of the 5 of that second unit that he spent a lot of time playing with in practice. It was himself, Trey Lyles, and Malik Monk with the 2 of them, and we saw them a lot together in game 1 in LA. We saw them a decent amount together in Portland, and I think because the Portland game was a blowout, Mike Brown went deeper into his rotation than he intended to. Had that game been closer, I think we would have seen even more of Fox and Sabonis, even more of Davion and Monk, and maybe even Kevin Huerter. So I can see how that could have some sort of effect, and that's something that I hope is completely ironed out come opening night. And I have no idea if we're going to see in this Lakers game as close to a true to form rotation as possible, or if it's like an NFL week and the starters barely play at all. So we'll have to wait and see what Mike's philosophy is with that. But I don't think Davion would use that as an excuse, and I haven't necessarily seen that enough to think that the irregularities are affecting him.
What do you think is Mike's direction with KZ Okpala in this situation with the starting 4, which I know is very near and dear to your heart?
Yeah, this has been an opinion that I had that has made me a little bit unpopular this week, and it kind of surprised me
That's hard to believe.
After the Portland. Okay, the consolation prize after the Portland game. The only real negative that I had, other than the free throw shooting in that game, was and the defending without fouling, was that like I thought it was time to kind of end that KZ Okpala starting experiment. I personally don't think, while KZ has been good, and I'm actually going to start with this because I think it's important to point this out. I personally, and I think a lot of us went from going into training camp, is KZ Okpala going to make the roster? If he does, is he going to be like a 3rd or 4th wing to oh no, this guy should probably be in the rotation nightly because of what he provides defensively and how versatile he is defensively. So that speaks volumes to me. Also, we didn't know too much about the guy. Now we've seen a little bit more of his sample size. That being said, I think Keegan Murray is far more effective, period, than KZ Okpala is. KZ's a better defender than Keegan is, but in my opinion, it would be better, and the Kings would have more. It would be better for the Sacramento Kings overall, more effective for the Sacramento Kings overall, I think, to have Keegan as part of that starting lineup to punch first rather than have KZ Okpala in the starting lineup to block first. I know he did a good job against Damian Lillard to some extent. He did a good job against LeBron James to some extent. Both of them had bad nights. It's not just because of KZ, but regardless, he did his job. But to me, I just think the Kings would be better off with opening a game with someone who complements them offensively, who is not a colossal drop-off defensively here. Like Keegan Murray is not a KZ Okpala defender, but Keegan Murray is also not going to be terrible defensively, at least in my opinion, and from what we've seen. So to me, regardless of how many minutes Keegan and KZ are playing, because Keegan's obviously been playing way more, I would like to see Keegan starting. I don't know if Keegan would have started in this Phoenix game had he been available. I also didn't read too far into KZ not playing at all, and I think Mike Brown addressed that today, saying that he just wanted to get another look at other guys. But I think KZ absolutely should be a part of the rotation.
Man, I don't strongly disagree, but I kind of disagree. I've been a big fan of what KZ's done in his time as a starter. It's only been 2 preseason games. I understand that, but I see the vision and I see what he could possibly add to the starting unit with what he does on a defensive end. And we all know at some point Keegan Murray is going to be the starter. But I'd like to hold off on that for as long as possible. I'd like to start the season and see what KZ in the starting lineup looks like, especially like when you talk about Keegan's still going to play the majority of the minutes. Hell, he might even be in the closing lineup over KZ, depending on what's going on. So he's going to get those opportunities. But I've been a big fan of the defensive versatility that you get with KZ Okpala in the starting lineup.
Yeah, and I see that, and I understand that argument, and that's the argument that I've seen the most of. And to be honest, KZ has done his job, with the exception of KZ hasn't hit a shot. And the reality is, if he is going to be out there now, if Mike Brown wants to play him the first 5-6 minutes of the game and then not play him until the second half, if he wants to do that, like he did in that Portland game, I mean, okay, except you're not just going to be facing the starters for a handful of minutes and then the second and third unit of guys who are trying to carve out spots on this roster. If you're facing the Los Angeles Lakers in a regular season game, you're facing 35 plus minutes of LeBron and AD, assuming AD can stay healthy. When you're facing the Blazers, Dame's going to play damn near that entire game, probably because he has to if the Blazers want any chance to win. So to me, what the deficiency on the offensive end, I think, is going to become a problem. And the reason why it hasn't looked like as much of a problem yet is because the sample size hasn't been big enough. Again, if KZ, if you want to have him like an opener in baseball and have KZ come in defensively, play the first 5-6 minutes, set the tone defensively, and then sit him down until later on in the game, I mean, okay, you can do that, and hopefully that works. But if you're going to keep KZ in for long enough stretches to have the defensive impact I think Mike Brown is truly hoping for, I think you're going to have a significant drop-off or spacing issue offensively, because the only thing KZ hasn't shown me to this point is the ability to hit that outside shot. Defensively, though, I love what I've seen.
But Matt, is there something to be said for Keegan's offensive impact with the second unit?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I think Keegan has done a phenomenal job coming off the bench and helping that bench. I think he's made up for in some ways. I'm not saying Malik Monk has been disappointing, but Malik hasn't been that impact off the bench offensively that I expected. And like even Terrence Davis has looked like more of an impactful player in limited minutes offensively than Malik has at times. Malik had a stretch in the Portland game where he hit back-to-back threes, and I'm like, okay, here we go. And then it was in the second or third quarter, and then Terrence Davis hit a couple threes, and then Trey Lyles hit a couple threes. So Malik almost had his thunder stolen a little bit by a team push instead of a Malik Monk push. But Keegan has been Mr. Consistent offensively with that second unit throughout the preseason from what we've seen. And it goes back to everything we've seen over summer and during the California Classic. But to me, that's just it. I think Keegan can do that with anybody he's on the floor with. So I don't think there's a concern. Maybe there's a concern with the offense of the second unit putting Keegan in the first unit. But if that's the case, then stagger the minutes a little bit. Keegan can be the first one off the floor if you want to move Harrison to the 4 or do whatever to get Davion Mitchell into the game, or whoever the sixth man is for this team, off the bench immediately. Take Keegan out at that point, have him close the first quarter and start the second quarter if that's what you want with the second unit. That's exactly what we saw Mike Brown do with Domantas Sabonis in the Portland game. When Fox came out of the game, Sabonis came back in. Sabonis actually took over the scoring load. So I don't think taking Murray out of the second unit and starting him means that you can't still use his offensive consistency and productivity with that bench unit if they need that offense, if they're struggling offensively.
I hear you. And like I said, it's going to happen anyway. Keegan's too good. I think it's going to happen. Although I heard a lot of people, somebody in the chat brought it up, and they said Keegan is going to be Tyler Hero. And I didn't even think about it. Like, Tyler Hero is one of the best players on the Heat. I think he averaged almost 20 points a game last year. Sixth man, he came off the bench. So that would be crazy. I got a scenario for you.
That means the Kings are the Heat then.
Let's take it. Let's go.
I'll take it.
I got a scenario for you, Matt.
Monty Riles.
LeBron knew him and Monty.
It was going to be Monty Riley. He knew.
I got a scenario for you. KZ starts 25 games in. Kings are 14-11. Let's make it 13-12. I think that has a different feel to it. 13-12. Are you clamoring for Keegan to start?
Boy, there's so many holes in context that I need to know to make that decision.
Everybody's playing fine.
It's tough.
Everybody's playing fine. Keegan's averaging like 15 a night. KZ is not doing his offensive thing, but it looks like the Portland game essentially.
What are the Kings at defensively? Are they middle of the pack? Are they top 10?
It looks just like the Portland game. Whatever you thought about the Portland game and how they play defense that game, that's what they've been doing.
They're right smack dab in the middle. 15th.
Boy, I still think I start Keegan. I still think so.
Really?
But yeah, I think at that point, like,
You're winning though.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe like it's the ain't broke, don't fix it approach. My brain has a hard time believing that the Kings are in that position because KZ Okpala is a starter. But let's put it this way. Regardless of my feelings on the situation, I trust Mike Brown way more than I trust myself. So if Mike Brown rolls KZ Okpala out in the starting lineup on opening night, it's not what I would do, but I'm okay with it. I trust it because I trust Mike Brown. And Mike Brown has told me that this guy has defensive player of the year potential. I have seen elements of that. I have seen someone who has come in and immediately inserted themselves as not just one of the best defenders on the team, but a guy who's not afraid to back down from any challenge in guarding LeBron and guarding Dame and doing a pretty good job. So if Mike Brown trusts it, if that's who Mike Brown goes with, I trust him 100%. It's not the call that I would make as the head coach, but it's a good thing I'm not an NBA head coach because I'd probably be worse than most of the head coaches we've seen here in Sacramento.
That's hard to believe. If it was if the Kings were 13-12, and you said it's hard, it would be hard to believe that's because of KZ Okpala or KZ Okpala's defense. No, it might not be, but it might be what KZ is adding to the start of the game. But it also might be what Keegan is doing when he comes into the game, because no matter the situation with KZ Okpala as a starter or otherwise, Keegan Murray's going to play more minutes, and in all likelihood, Keegan Murray's going to play significantly more minutes than KZ Okpala is. I don't know that I fully grasp the strategy of starting a guy the first 4 or 5 minutes of each half, and then I assume you sprinkle him in and he winds up being like a 22-minute per night guy. I don't know that I fully grasp the concept of that, especially when you got a LeBron James, just as an example, who's going to play 38.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what are you doing the other 16 minutes that LeBron James is in the game?
Right.
So again, like you said, this is Mike Brown's job. He's obviously very good at it. But I think there's so many different things to weigh outside of what KZ contributes as the starter and into what Keegan Murray contributes with that second unit.
If Mike Brown believes that KZ Okpala starting is helping set the tone defensively for the rest of his team, and we're seeing results to that, we're seeing the Kings team defense responding or playing up to the level that KZ and Davion Mitchell are trying to play on the defensive end of the floor, then he's all the more valuable right there. So
and kudos to KZ Okpala if that's the case.
Right.
If
Absolutely.
KZ Okpala is setting the tone, man, that's something.
And it's not just that too. It's like in the case of if KZ can guard the best guards in the league, like does that take a little bit off of De'Aaron Fox out of the gate?
Absolutely.
Like that's a big question too. So like I see the value of him. Again, I am concerned about playing stretch minutes of KZ Okpala offensively with this group because at that point you're putting a ton on the shoulders of Herter and Harrison Barnes to make shots, and even De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis to some extent. I think KZ has a ways to go to earn the respect of defenders to be impactful on the perimeter on the offensive end of the ball. But if you're not making any shots, but you're not giving up any shots, if you're starting a game and maybe it's after the first 10 minutes, the score is only 10-6, but LeBron is 1 of 7, okay, I see the value in that too. So I like the idea of the Kings not getting punched in the mouth and the victims of an 8-0 run to start a game. But I also think it would also be nice to see the Kings get off to an 8-0 run to start the game, which I think Keegan helps with.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel Harrison, you brought up a good point. You're putting a lot of pressure on Harrison and Herter to make shots. They should make shots. And I know they're a better offensive team probably with Keegan instead of KZ Okpala. But you got enough offensive players. I know floor spreading and all this other stuff, but you got a 20-point per game scorer in De'Aaron Fox, 20-point per game in Sabonis. Herter's a 13 to 15-point guy. Harrison Barnes is a 15 to 7. You got enough. KZ Okpala being out there shouldn't destroy your offense, in my opinion.
Well, and also low key, I think Keegan Murray might end up being the best 3-point shooter on this Kings team. Like if he continues what he's doing, he might end up being the best 3-point shooter on this team to where, again, I think it's going to be very difficult for Mike Brown to keep Keegan Murray out of the starting lineup for a long period of time. Let's just put it that way. So I'm ready to give him the keys right now. Of course, that might be premature. Totally understand if it's premature. If you want to ease a rookie into it, Mike Brown, you know way better than I do. But like, if you're looking for 3-point shooting to really open up the game for Fox and Sabonis, like Keegan Murray, I think is going to be the 3-point shooter. The defenses know they absolutely cannot leave. And if they do, they're going to be punished. That even having that one guy, I think is a massive difference than having a guy in KZ Okpala who the defense will gamble on leaving every single time because they know probably 70% of the time it's a good gamble.
Yeah.
I don't think this is about Keegan being a rookie though. I think this is a legitimate strategy.
I do too.
Mike Brown's part. I don't think it has to do. Like I know Dave Yeager and coaches in the past have felt certain ways about rookies starting, and then we went through what we went through with Tyrese Halliburton, the greatest point guard that the league has ever seen, and him not being a starter his first year. So I know that seeps into everybody's head. I think there's a different reason for this, and I do think it's the defensive stuff. And I also think you're right, Matt. And Kenny, I don't think it's going to last long. And then I don't know what happens to KZ Okpala after that. Like, does he fall into the rotation or does he just fall? I don't know what you do with KZ if he's not the starter.
I think he should be a rotational guy to where if Keegan replaces him in the starting lineup and the Kings are off to a slow start defensively, KZ might be the first guy off the bench. KZ and Davion come into the game and set the tone for us a little bit. Like, I think there are valuable minutes there, even if it's 15, 20 minutes a night of, and at that point too, like I can live a little bit with KZ's offensive drop off because at that point I'm expecting more from Malik, more from Davion, more from other guys in that second unit to figure it out offensively and get them through. Plus, like, I think there's a spot for KZ Okpala at times in a closing lineup if you're having a lead and trying to secure it. Like, so I think there's valuable minutes still there for KZ. It's not as defined as the first 5 minutes of the game or 6 minutes of the game as a starter, but I definitely think there's a role for KZ Okpala consistently nightly on this Kings team.
Were you upset with what you saw last night? We
Yes.
don't know in general. Like, yeah, it was a mess.
Absolutely.
But
were you upset that you had to stream the game on a computer or a laptop or
Absolutely.
a tablet?
Ah, this is frustrating. But do you look at that as the Kings doing the same old things they did in the past where there were so many guys out for Phoenix and they didn't show up again to start the game? Do you think that legitimately was, oh, here they go doing that again? Or I kind of lean towards the side of, like, I get it. It was the preseason. Nobody was playing. There was probably a lot of guys in the back of their mind mentally But like, what do we even? Let's just get out of here. Like, it doesn't really matter.
I think there was always going to be an element of in this game coming off of the shooting performance that Sacramento had against Portland. Like, it's really hard to follow. I think the Kings had a game against Charlotte early last season. It might have been Charlotte where they just went supernova from 3-point range. I think they scored 130, 140 points in a win at home. And then the very next game, it was like, yep. I mean, they used all their shots for 2 games in one night. So that just seems to happen. So there was an element of me that was expecting it, but yeah, I definitely had deja vu flashbacks, painful memories to the Kings playing a team that's missing their best entire starting lineup and still somehow finding a way to lose that game. Kings were very good at that last season. And what that says to me is this team still has bad habits they need to break. Like, when the majority of your roster that is returning are marquee players, big name players that are going to play heavy minutes, there are going to be bad habits, plus the bad habits of 15, 16 years of losing for this organization alone that are going to be tough to break at times, which is where I really think the real challenge is for Mike Brown is breaking those bad habits and having the accountability and that togetherness that we've heard preached so much, having that stay true when you're going through those dull moments. But all things considered, like, it was a breath of fresh air in both the Laker game and the Phoenix Suns game to see the Kings be absolutely useless on the offensive end of the floor and not get blown out or fall way behind. Like, remember, the Lakers got off to a 12-3 start. Kevin Huerter was the only one who hit a shot at that point. Mike Brown called his timeout. Lakers were 5 of 7 from the field at that point. They went 2 of 10 over their next 10 shots. So even if offensively Sacramento didn't really close the gap more than a few points during that time, defensively they did enough to where the Lakers only played their stars in the first half. LeBron played 16, 17 minutes. AD played 16, 17 minutes. Same thing with Russ. They only led by 5 at halftime, and we would overall call that a bad offensive half for Sacramento. Second half, with the Kings' second unit in and the Lakers' second unit being that's where that game got out of hand. So that speaks volumes to me. The fact that, yes, you're taking on the second and third units of and fourth units of the Phoenix Suns in this game. Still defensively, you did enough to carry yourself through the storm of a lid being on the basket. And then I think the biggest gripe that I had, or the biggest request that I had out of last night's game that we saw at the end of the first half, but I wanted to see more of, is in games like that, when offensively the team is struggling, and especially against competition that you know you're better than, those are games where I need to see De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis, but mainly De'Aaron Fox say, you know what, enough is enough. I'm taking over. And Fox, I think, scored 8 points in like that big run that the Kings had towards the end of the first half to make it a little more respectable at halftime. And that ended up changing a lot of the game. So I saw it in that stretch, but I want to see De'Aaron Fox going, what is happening after that first quarter, going, like, I'm the best player on this floor. Nobody can stop me. My team is struggling. All right, fine. I'm going to take over. Like, that is the star power that I think this Kings team is still missing. That get on my back, I will take you there guy. And last night I felt like it was an opportunity to see that. We didn't, except for the small stretch. I'm not freaking out about it, but that's like, if I'm really trying to find a gripe, that was mine.
We saw Quinn Cook and Kent Bazemore get waived today, which leaves one more cut to be made. Who do you think that cut goes to?
I think it's between Sam Merrill and Matthew Dellavedova. I think there's a very real chance that Delly is down too, and the Kings run when they need a third point guard. The Kings go with maybe Kevin Huerter or maybe even Malik Monk in certain sets, and we've seen that a little bit.
You think your fashion inspiration is?
I hope he does.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I hope he does. I like what he brings. I think he brings energy. I think he brings confidence. He carries himself as someone who can work hard and someone who can be valuable. Like, I think about over the course of a season, who could help the Kings more in spot minutes or in case of emergency. To me, Chima Maneke helps more than Matthew Dellavedova does. I think Sam Merrill might help more than Matthew Dellavedova does too, because of Sam Merrill's shooting. And I also think it's telling, guys, that the first 2 cuts that the Kings made were 2 veteran players. Like that speaks volumes to me. That means 2 things. One, the young guys are doing well. And I've heard Sam Merrill has had a really good training camp. And number two, that also says the Kings want longer looks at some of these young guys. And that's where I think Chima Maneke fits into things. I thought he was impressive in his limited minutes last night. I thought he fought hard, played hard, and you can always use that effort over the course of a season. I don't know where Chima Maneke gets into the game, but I think the Kings need more depth at around his position than they do at that point guard spot because of the other capable ball handlers on this roster. And look, in the event, knock on wood, that Fox or Mitchell go down, and you need someone to play 10 to maximum 15 minutes of a point guard spot, that's something that I think if you want to split Monk or Herter between those or give it to one of the two of them, I think they can handle it. So if it were me personally, it might be Matthew Dellavedova that's getting the cut, although I also see the value of Matthew Dellavedova as a locker room leader, as an extension of Mike Brown, as a veteran who knows defensive intensity and can really help the team with that defensive accountability. So I'm okay with either a cut of Merrill or Dellavedova.
Yeah, that's interesting, Matt, because I didn't think about Delly being cut. I can understand it. I see what you're saying. It makes perfect sense. I've actually surprisingly kind of liked Delly in the two games that we've seen him, or the time that we've seen him. And like Damian likes to say, we're seeing a fraction of what these guys see on a regular basis in practice. But he's actually looked better than I thought. So maybe the expectations were like super low to begin with. That's why I'm like, oh, he's not as bad as I thought. But I thought he's done all right in his time, and I can envision a place for him on this roster.
I think if you're setting odds, Merrill is the most likely to get cut. I just put the two of them ahead of Chima Maneke at this point. That might be wishful thinking on my part, but from what I understand,
Maneke too. I think he's.
And from what I understand, the Kings do too. And I think it's telling that Mike Brown has stuck with, or so far in training camp, now Quinn Cook had a relationship with Mike Brown in the past, so that's kind of the outlier here. But Mike Brown is kind of stuck with these guys that he had this relationship with and knows what they can bring from the Nigerian national team. So I'm reading that trend, and I'm continuing with that trend.
Matt George, Locked On Kings. He had a lot of spicy takes on a recent edition of Locked On Kings with our guys Chris and Frankie. What do you think was your spiciest?
So we did last year. We did a mild, hot, and spicy take podcast. Locked On Kings, Return of the Roar coming together, and I ended up using pretty much every take from that into petty into a compilation. Of all the horrible takes.
Which was brilliant. It was fantastic. That was fantastic.
So I'm hoping this year will be a little bit different. My spiciest take that I came up with, and it became a good conversation starter, and I'll throw this to you guys too, is what has to happen for the Kings to make this happen? Mike Brown winning Coach of the Year. Like, what has to happen? Is it Kings? Playing isn't enough, so it's the Kings actually locking down like a playoff top 6 seed. And is it like, to me, it's defensively turning the Kings around into maybe a top 10 defense, which is like astronomical to believe at this point. So, but I thought that was a fun conversation starter of if Mike Brown were to win Coach of the Year, because he's already the Coach of the Year in that practice facility to everybody who's playing underneath him, what has to happen in Sacramento for that to happen?
Yeah, we don't have to dig too deep into the weeds with where they're at defensively and all this other stuff. You said it right, Matt. If they're in the in the 6th seed or higher, 6th seed at the very least, he's winning the Coach of the Year. And I made this argument yesterday to Damian. I said the Kings, for all the wrong reasons, probably. I understand that, but they're one of the more relevant teams in the NBA. And everybody knows their story. They know it because they make jokes about them. I understand that. But because of that, and Damian used the example of Chris Finch, who, hey, he could do a great job with Minnesota. But if Minnesota was a 3 seed and the Kings were the 6th seed, the votes would go to Mike Brown over Chris Finch. I don't know who.
567. That's the number I'm looking for. It's not the seeding. Yeah. It's the number of wins. And 567 is the percentage that Tom Thibodeau won Coach of the Year with the New York Knicks instead of Monty Williams. Mm-hmm. That's the number that I'm watching. Because remember, I mean, gosh, I guess Monty did it too. Monty ended a playoff drought. Tom Thibodeau ended a playoff drought. At this point in sports, thanks to what the Seattle Mariners are doing, this is the playoff drought. If Mike Brown puts an end to that,
well, if the Knicks don't make the playoffs, then you do. If Chris Finch did that, what Thibodeau did, he wouldn't have won Coach of the Year.
I agree.
There was a definite Knicks.
Yeah, it's because people are stupid and they vote for stuff in New York. It's dumb.
Once again,
it's dumb.
You continue to disrespect the Mecca, and I'm going to ask you to stop.
Matt, you want to host a show with me?
I was gonna say I'm still here, guys. Like, also, like, sorry, audio listeners, this doesn't make sense to you, but for the visualists out there, I don't like KC looking down on me. I'm intimidated. He asked me a question, and I started talking. He stood up. I was like, okay, sorry, KC Call should start. I'm sorry.
My back is broken.
Like spinal
right now.
Yeah, it's fine. He's looking down on me too, Matt. I think it probably is playoffs. I don't know if the number of wins is enough. But I like that. That was actually a conversation we had yesterday too, was about Mike Brown winning Coach of the Year. And we've had some calls this week that got the Kings at 46 wins and 50 wins. And it's like, you know what? Truthfully, as much as this might wind up on Matt George's low light reel at the end of the year, I'd rather be optimistic now and wrong than like just suck and be right. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, we've done that enough.
Right.
Like, let's just we know the product. Like, our eyes aren't deceiving us. The product we're seeing on the floor is better. Preseason or whatever you want to call it. Like, the product we're seeing is better. On Wednesday, when those losses start meaning something and those wins start meaning something, is the product just as good? And that will obviously tell the story.
I think Wednesday is going to be a great night. Not just
I think so
wins,
too,
but
man.
I think it's going to be
Twins are going to be there.
It's going to pop off. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Have you been listening to the Yin Yang Twins Essentials to get ready?
Absolutely.
It's not very long. It's probably about 16 minutes long.
I saw Deuce saying something about doing the whisper song, performing the whisper song.
Yeah, I strongly advise against that. Strong. If you can seek out the edited version, go for it. But
there's damn near no such thing.
That's true. Even the edited version is like, goodness gracious, man.
So we all know performing at Kings halftime is up there with performing at the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl is notorious for bringing out special surprise guests. So who did the Yin Yang Twins bring out as their special surprise guest? Because I know 50 is going to be sad.
The only one that makes sense is Lil Jon. It's the only one that works.
Perfect.
Because you bring out Lil Jon as a special guest, now you can do Get Low.
Yeah,
it works.
And Vivek has a relationship with Lil Jon.
Lil Jon will absolutely be at the Golden One Center at some point during this basketball over the next 41 games, or we're down to 40 over the next 40 games. Lil Jon will be here. The Sugar Hill Gang will be here live. Someone AR podcast for them. Yeah,
that's right. They were here last year.
They were. Too Short will be here. He'll blow the whistle.
Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice will in fact be here. Yes, it's
Lupe Fiasco was great. Bring Lupe Fiasco back. I love Lupe.
That was real. Yeah, like actually,
I love Lupe.
You got to do an outdoor Friday night joint with 50.
Well, that's not going to happen until March at best.
Why don't the Kings ever do anything with like Jingle Ball? Because don't they, when Jingle Ball comes to town, they do like it's not called Jingle Ball. What is it called? Jingle Ball is the old thing that 107.9 used to do. But
I think that's what it's called.
Is it called Jingle Ball? Whatever. Regardless, they should do something with that.
I don't know. Someone walked. It's down the hallway. Somebody go ask them. Like, I don't know. They're here, but that's I don't know.
Yeah,
let's get on that. Come on, Vivek.
Uncle V, get the Kings on TV and do something with Jingle Ball.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to D'Lo and KC speaking at halftime at a Kings game. Sorry, KC and Guy and getting escorted off by security.
KC and +1. Yeah, KC and +1. It was crazy, Matt. At that game, Sac State, they gave me the microphone to do the introduction, and it didn't start working until I put it in front of KC. I was like, I don't think the mic works. And she goes, oh. Just start talking. I said, okay, hey, I'm Damian Barling, D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. It's my man KC. I put the mic in front of him and it worked.
Yeah, and I almost called him North Carolina instead of North
Yeah,
Colorado.
yeah, it got a little dicey.
Guys in the booth were like, "Why is Casey's assistant touching the microphone?"
Yeah. It's like, what is? Do we need to get security down there?
Once again, I wasn't in the same place as Damian was for almost half the game. Let's just let the record state that.
Yeah, you were in the press box or president box. Sorry.
He was. Thank you. He was being shown around.
no,
I
it
didn't get a
wasn't.
private tour of the facility. Y'all don't realize this. We got to sign off when the show ends. I get thrown out. I just get told to leave, and KC gets to stay here. They've got fruit for him over in the kitchen and replenishment, Gatorade. All the snacks that you see Kenny walk in, that's from the Kenny snack area that they've designated only for him. Great stuff, Matt. I really enjoyed the podcast with you and Frankie and Chris. That's fun, because if we don't poke fun at ourselves, this is a cold world. It's a cold world if we can't laugh at the things we're wrong about. So we're looking forward to another Kings season. Make sure you check out Locked On Kings podcast. Man, Matt, the next time we talk, a game will have been played.
Oh yeah, day after opening night, baby.
Man, let's
the Queen will be
go,
flowing.
baby. Let's go. I'm with that. Check out the Locked On Kings podcast. Of course, Matt's fantastic work over at ABC 10 as well. You can check out the D'Lo and KC podcast wherever you get podcasts from. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up or the subscribe button before you go. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button there. And wherever you are, make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I love KZ Akpala.
The consolation prize.
Oh,
The
man.
consolation.
We're clear. Great stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
That's great stuff, man. I'm so happy Kings basketball is here next week.
I've actually been like, even though I've been kind of the bad guy this week, like I've liked the arguments that people have been putting together for KZ, because they all make a ton of sense. Like, and I've been really pleasantly surprised with KZ. I guess my argument makes it sound like I'm trying to take the air out of the building. Like, I've been impressed.
No, people really been upset about that, man.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not the worst. Like, I don't think
that's
inconceivable to have that thought of like get Keegan in there.
Yeah,
I
people
would still roll with KZ for a little bit.
No, they've been accusing me of trying to like stir up drama with the organization. Like, oh, Keegan's not starting and KZ's on top of it, or starting ahead of him. Blah 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 blah. Oh, there's drama, and that's not been my thing at all. Like, if KZ starts opening night, I completely understand it. I'm just such a Keegan believer that I think Keegan could score the first 10 points of the game and no one would blink an eye.
I just don't think people understand part of your job. Our job is to have an opinion on something.
Right.
And just because our opinion is different than yours doesn't mean we're trying to start shit. It means we're sharing what our opinion is with you.
Although Stephen Brown, you're absolutely right. I do hate De'Aaron Fox, and I'm always trying to start shit with De'Aaron Fox. So you're right about that.
Well, there was this one tweet that I remember. I actually don't. I remember, but I don't. I know it was something, but I don't.
Hulu commercial.
Hulu.
I didn't even mean it as a dig. Like, it was just a stupid thought during the playoffs. And yeah, oh well.
Always
That's
starting
all right,
stuff, man.
Matt,
I want De'Aaron to do another Hulu commercial where he's in a boxing ring and he throws a wad of cash at my face and then punches me.
I just want.
Damn.
Well, that's what Hulu does. They like rain the cash on him, and Hulu has live sports. Pow!
He didn't have to punch you.
Yeah, bringing out the consolation prize and just tombstone pile drive. I'm in it.
Thanks to everybody who's followed us on D'Lo and KC, the Instagram page. Yeah, that thing's growing a little bit, man. I like it. Oh, I'm scared to check Sarah Hodges' Instagram stories. What's she up to? Oh, okay, no, it's fine.
See, the only reason I came on is because we didn't talk Raiders, because I'm with her.
Raiders.
Although I had a lot of fun on that. Casey, I'm not gonna lie to you. So I had a whole setup, and this is the reason why the Raiders lost. I had a whole setup at the studio. I didn't have a bottle of McQueen because I wasn't allowed to, but I did have a drink ready, right? And I was on set, and I had the Raiders logo on the screen above my shoulder, and I had literally my whole crew in the booth ready to record this as soon as the game went final if the Raiders won, because I thought they were going to get a field goal and win. And it was me doing the whole Sacramento splash, laughing at you. I was going to send it right to it. I was so ready to be like I was so excited. I got everybody on, like, this is how the shot's going to go. We zoomed it. We framed it. I got the drink. I was like, I'm ready. And then, yes.
Oh,
so it's my fault.
Oh,
And they do what they do.
You got to do that, though. You got to bring
100% doing it. I was
got
so
to
ready.
see that.
Because I wanted to chirp so much because Casey got under my skin with the whole $400,000 to play. And I was like, I'm not going to bite.
Like I said, my mistake.
He
You
got
got
me.
500,000. But Matt, like the Raider fan you are, you guys don't listen to me. Damien, how many times did I say I think the
So they
Raiders
got
have-
enough to win.
They could win this game.
No.
They could definitely get at the Chiefs.
No,
I
screw your
wasn't
pit.
surprised they
No.
played you.
But the Citadel comments were really loud.
Casey got under my skin this week, man. I was like, oh.
Well, look, how about this, Matt? I said it is very conceivable they win the next 6 games or 5 games. They end up being 6-4 is what I mean.
I hope Devontae Adams pushes you over.
Oh my God.
Goodness gracious. The heel turn for Matt George.
Last week, I think I was the only one to pick the Raiders to go to the playoffs. And they did.
Well, you were wrong.
They made it last year.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This year I
picked
did not
them
pick them to go to the
yeah,
playoffs.
I picked them to finish damn near the top of that division.
You're not alone.
Kansas City looks tough, man. They look tough. They look tough.
No, I dig the new studio, guys. I'm excited to see what you do with it too, because I know by Christmas that's gonna be popping. So
I don't know
You gotta
what
come
we're
through,
yeah,
man. You
I
gotta
know.
come through.
I gotta be-
if
might
I'm
be-
invited, if I can make it
Oh.
through security, I'm always there.
Man, you could come here anytime you want to.
About it. So that way Casey can tower over me in person.
You're taller than me, man.
No, I know, but I'll be sitting down. I don't stand up and talk. You kidding me? I'll
Yeah,
fall over.
we got two mics and computers and cameras right next to Kenny. So yeah, man, anytime you want to come in, you're more than welcome.
I just
you
want to
guys
see.
get
That'd be
your-
awesome the first time we have
That
an
reminds me,
in-studio
Russell.
guest.
Thank you. You guys who are in the league, get your picks in.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, not that this game matters anyway. Who are you picking tonight?
Who the hell? Just pick what's your favorite color? The Washington Football Commanders.
Hey, this dude. We didn't even talk about it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. This dude Snyder said, "Don't you even think about messing with me."
Schneider said, "That's your ass, Mr. Postman." The Commanders are really going to win a football game?
Chicago's winning tonight.
Roddy, I pick
I'm going-
baseball.
I'm going Chicago too.
Yeah, I'm going.
That's a good call, Roddy.
Although there's no baseball on tonight.
Yeah,
Game's
the Yankees
over.
game got canceled or postponed.
Yeah.
Who you got, Ramsey? Ramsey said there's there's some
Is
tough
there any
games to
basketball
pick.
tonight?
It's Thursday. There's got to be, right?
Yeah, I think there is.
There's
I don't know
gotta
if
be.
it's on TV.
I closed
though.
my computer. I think TNT's got games tonight.
TNT actually kind of punted on Thursday until football season's over.
All right, y'all. I got to go pick up the kids, so I'll see you later.
EA TV. It's Memphis and Detroit. All right, man. Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you, buddy.
See you soon. See you
All right,
Thursday, right? Or Wednesday next
Oh,
week.
absolutely. No.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday.
We'll see you at the game. Yeah,
We'll
definitely.
see you at the game. Later.
Yeah. All right, Matt. And we'll say goodbye here, man. We appreciate you guys. Get your picks in. Who did Ramsey pick? He says there's only one pick to. Ramsey's a Bears guy. I forgot. My bad.
Yeah, he's an everybody in the NFL guy.
That's true. That's one of his 31 teams. He just can't stand the Commanders. We love you guys, man. Follow us at D'Lo and Casey on Instagram. Watch our really cool 8-second video, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.